Hello. What do you do? What I'll tell you, you are saying, So people are asking for it. Yes. Yes. If I offend others, I will not be seeing their face every day. Son your father's Yes.
Good morning. Let's see how we think that. Never remember. Because yesterday, so it's because of that I was calling back. I forgot completely when I got to yesterday. Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. We'll be starting shortly. We are still expecting some of the participants and guests. I think some of them are still in traffic. So, those exercise some patience and very important. Thank you. Yes,
So how are you?
Good morning once again, everyone. I want to welcome you to this morning's session. I hope you had a nice time yesterday. I said good morning.
Good morning.
So we apologize for the slight delay in starting this session. Some of our participants had to appear at some news station this morning. That's why they are not yet here. But I think we have actually spent some time. At least let the speakers start with their presentations, and then maybe they can join in as we progress. So once again, you are welcome. If you are outside, this is the time to join the hall, the meeting room, so that we can start. And you can move forward, please. Those at the back, please move forward so that we can start effectively. Today is the last day of the conference. And if you look at our brochure, our program, this session, we're supposed to have 4 presenters, but 3 actually sent in their slide, but 2 are on ground. So I guess we'll start with those who are here. If the third person join in later, then we can introduce him and we join the presenters. The first presenter to be introduced here is Professor Umar Rabadamata, the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigeria Communication, and is ably represented by Kelechi Owankwo, the Head of Research and Development entity. Please come forward and have your seats. You are welcome, sir.
Okay.
We will also be having Dr. Moses Ekperon. Is he on? Okay, I saw him sitting down. Is Dr. Moses around? He was in the hall a while ago. All right. When he comes, he will join us. He's the Head of Research and Innovation, University of New York. Dr. Moses, you're welcome. Please, let's have you. Please, let's welcome him. all the way from the University of Oyo. You're welcome, sir. Yes, thank you. The middle is meant for the chair of session. I want to introduce the chair of session, is Professor Ray Ogolo from the University of Oyo. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. So, without much ado, we'll start with the presentation by NCC. I will hand over to the chairman who will take over from me to invite the speaker and commence the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please, if you are not part of the secretariat, I suggest that you move forward so that we have a field effect in this hall. The seats have been arranged to underscore the social distancing. So if we move further, the agenda will be better than having us dispersed to the place. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this section. And I'm delighted to stand in for the chair of the session, Professor Dan Abubakar. Am I right?
Yes.
He's supposed to be here. For some reason, he's not here, so I will stand in for him. The first lecture is to be taken by Dr. Janos Ibrahim. Somebody representing? Not here. Dr. Moses Ekpeyon is available, but thank you. Welcome. To all of us, both here physically and those who are participating online, I want to say welcome. For those of us who were here yesterday, we had a very fruitful time, very rewarding experience. Our frontiers of knowledge with respect to the pandemic was broadened, so it will not be less today. I'm sure by the time we are closing, at the end of the day, we will be delighted that we participated in today's session. So I'm looking for Dr. Ekpenyon's profile. Was it not submitted?
No.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay, what should we do, Dr. Ekpenyon, is before you begin your delivery, tell us about yourself. All right, I know medical pieces can be self-effacing and try to be economical with what you want to say about themselves out of humility, right? But as much as possible, please let us know who you are and your principles.
Us is while we were talking, the director of TICAM, Federal Ministry of Health, walked in and is with us. You are welcome, madam. Aja Zainab.
Aja is welcome. I especially welcome you. And when I see big people, I bow down 3 times. I don't ask the why it has to be 3 times. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that it is worth our while to welcome to the podium Dr. Ekpeyon, and we'll listen attentively. Dr. Ekpeyon, please. All right. Are the slides available now? The slides. Can we have the slides, please? You just give us a few minutes. Let me give you. Yeah, it's my own.
Number three.
Only lecturers carry the kind of.
Good morning, all. Thank you, the chairman, and you are all welcome. My name is Dr. Mosi Ekionekweyon, current research director of the University of Uyo, from the Department of Computer Science, and my field of study spans the STEM discipline. Initially, I did research in speech technology, and then later progressed into collaborating with pharmacists, medical oriented staff or workers in the university. Also, I collaborate with the engineers and the humanities. What makes me versatile is my ability to process data. I always have this belief that data speaks for itself, so you don't need to worry. And I don't believe in infrastructure. Technology has made visualization of infrastructure possible. So even if we don't have infrastructure, we can harness whatever we have to optimize our benefits. Now I'm going to talk on non-pharmaceutical measures in tracking the spread of disease. The imperative of data science. I always know that infectious disease is a data-driven disease. Why do I call it data-driven? It's because massive data and information are constantly being released and shared at very unprecedented scale. So artificial intelligence has a solution. It aids the process. As the growing amounts of data and tools are constantly being explored to repurpose traditional approaches toward intelligent techniques. For early disease detection, real-time contact tracing, new diagnostic tools development, information policy formulation, name them. So a greater proportion of research progress on infectious disease, it has utilized the biotechnology dimension, strictly focusing on species characterization and variant analysis through feature extraction. Now, however, data science, which combines artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics methods, have expanded the biotechnology capacity into the bioinformatics realm through further features probing for precise classification and prediction, leveraging on data. Nonetheless, most of the biotechnology methods lack cooperatively inspired flavor to drive intelligent solutions to the problem. What I mean by that is most bioinformatics tools characterize parameters, but they don't cause interaction between these parameters. So we'll see how to achieve that. Now, data science is an interdisciplinary field that utilizes some evidence, some intellectual evidence, including the scientific evidence, innovation, statistical methods, and computing. So it helps us to extract knowledge for the discovery of insights across a broad range of application domains. Now, as I said, my belief is that data can speak for itself and can discern true and explainable patterns of any scenario. I've witnessed that. Our current infrastructure can therefore be conditioned to capture and process data. And the quality of data generated certainly determines the solution to the problem. So how do we generate this quality data? Quality data heavily rests on real-time database systems or banks. The problem in Nigeria is that it's not the infrastructure. In any system we have, I find out that we are not facing the challenges. We are instead looking at another direction, which is not the solution. In any area of unmet needs, be it waste reduction, be it security, be it the health sector, I've been an advocate of saying, we have data available. Why can't we virtualize this data? A typical solution to the transport problem is the Uber and Bolt. I see these solutions where the user, through his mobile phone, can even track the driver and then gets to his destination. He already knows his destination. And I found out that in Nigeria, most of the data are available, either on the social media and so on. The COVID-19 caught us unawares, but we have enormous data we can refine and then virtualize to solve a problem. We'll see how we can achieve that. So quality data also heavily rests on the development of data-driven solutions, not physical infrastructure, but virtual infrastructure. So the problem facing the response, recovery, and resilience of emerging diseases include weak system for collecting timely, disaggregated data related to disease. Epidemiological protocols are challenged by underfunding, mixed data standards, data integration, and the need to share quality data at local, national, regional, and international levels, hence undermining the health system capacity and decreasing support for open access tools. But with the availability of other data sources, such as social media data, cell phone data, satellite data, and citizen-generated data, there is hope that these gaps can be addressed in real time. Now, you have some technologies, updated technologies of how to control emerging infectious disease threats. These were documented by Christaki 2015. But let's look at the research application areas over the years as regards AI and ML on infectious diseases in Africa. So the first one is on screening and treatment. The second is on contact tracing. The third is on prediction and forecasting. And the last, drug and vaccine discovery. I will be focusing on contact tracing. Now, non-pharmaceutical interventions such as contact tracing, outbreak investigation, etc., have remained the only viable options to tools for slowing down an emerging outbreak in the absence of medical countermeasures such as vaccines. So while the big data revolution is continually being sustained and mined, most public health systems, such as the ones in low and medium income countries, still rely on traditional surveillance. We therefore require a hybrid system that combines traditional surveillance information and big data sources to ensure a faster system that is more relevant to our local needs. Now, in an ongoing research, I have attempted to develop a hybrid system using what we call the Internet of Things. So we have an Internet of Health system or Things system that brings everybody together. It brings the end users, which include the doctors, the patients, and so on. It brings some virtual tools and then some secondary data. Here, primary data can be generated. Here, secondary data can be generated. Then we have some machine learning tools. And then we have contributions from knowledge experts. The essence is this. If a patient wants to gather data, let me pick an instance before I come back. If we want to achieve patient-centered services or healthcare, and then decongest the hospital, we can subsume the health facilities data. Nigeria has, I think we have a health facility registry system. And when I looked at that system, it was so comprehensive. So it mines data from health facilities, including the locations, the hospital beds, and so on. So my idea was, if we can have a spatial system that we superimpose those health facilities and then load it to Google, we will have a system that a patient can sit at home and then, using his mobile phone, simply search for the disease he has, maybe cancer. And then the system should be able to point him to the closest cancer location and tell him you are 1 meter away or 1 kilometers away. So the hospital you are going to has no number of specialists, and you can contact a doctor. The same thing with contact tracing. If we have a system that we can honestly begin to collect information, as, for instance, a data bank of users, a data bank of person, depending on the domain, even if it is security. So we can have a data bank of these domains, and then we simply mine the data. Data, as I said, speaks for itself. So in no time, government can know the disease burden of this country. And then we can then know how to plan for infrastructure. So we can know the number of cancer patients, let's say in a particular region, and government can now say, okay, let's build a specialist hospital. So what I feel should be done is we initiate a process of building a data bank for disease situations. So let's look at the components. The components can be achieved in three. The first component are those who will use the mobile phones. The mobile phone layer is intended to offer medical services to registered end users. And it serves two major functions. It assists in primary data collection, including demographic data, as users register and sign up for medical services. It also assists in secondary data processing for the purpose of inferring the trend and nature of a disease. So in contact tracing, we can have an app. For instance, if we build an app where patients can register, log on and register, and in that app, the phone captures their location and then sends it to the cloud. Depending on the type of system used, maybe if it is a cloud-based system, then the system ports the users to the cloud or a secure environment. So whenever for instance, let's assume a patient has COVID and registers and has that some symptoms of COVID, registers, carries out a test, and then is found to have COVID. Therefore, the government or whatever admin that is responsible for that data can now view and know the number of persons that have COVID seamlessly and can report it in real time. So these apps are meant, or data-driven approaches are meant to ensure that cases are reported in real time, even before the tests are achieved. So the second layer is the Internet of Health Things layer. So it holds the smart healthcare objects in the form of intelligent apps or plug-in devices that send both primary and second data to a knowledge-based layer. So the objects are interconnected for exchanging the processing data for improved patient healthcare. And again, we also have smartphone devices that have sensors. So these sensors are proposed for measuring physiological parameters such as temperature, blood pressure, and so on. Where the smartphone device or devices don't have sensors, then we can utilize the OTP. Let's assume somebody in the village or the rural areas don't have a smartphone. Then, and he wants to know the health facilities around him or her, then he can simply send an OTP, and then the services are given to him via text. So those information are available and can be harnessed. So the next layer is the data warehouse and knowledge base layer. So simply, it curates and stores clinical data. Let's say, for instance, the genome sequences voluntarily donated by patients or deposited by clinicians the world over. The layer also contains data modeling tools and data maps. The data modeling tools are simple tools that does the simple measures of central tendencies, the mean, median, and mode and variance. So we can utilize these statistics to do some predictions that will be useful to the public. The knowledge base is the collection of data generated by end users, including rules and intelligent algorithms for diagnostics and surveillance and analytics. The knowledge-based layer therefore represents the engine room of the proposed framework and communicates with all other layers for efficient storage and retrieval purposes, as well as coordinated healthcare information processing. Now, the last layer, which is the knowledge opinion layer, enables contributions from medical experts, because in most of the infectious disease scenarios, it's real time and evolving, we need direct information as regards the disease as its own. So we can also leverage medical experts, and then who can then feed this information into the system for the purpose of analysis. In conclusion, the infectious disease is a data-driven disease and requires appropriate tools and techniques to mine such data. Presently, no real-time data mining or data bank projects has engaged infectious disease situations in Nigeria. And it's a cooperatively inspired solution that integrates hybrid and traditional approaches using data science, and it's proposed. The system does not require physical infrastructure, but the mining of generated big data virtually. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bekweyo. I think it deserves another round of applause. Regardless of the fact that many of us do not take interest in data when there is no Naira sign in front. So if we were talking Naira, dollar, I'm sure we're probably more interested in it. But it's interest technical, I should say, as it was. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, data that should make Nigeria better in terms of disease surveillance, isn't it? And the utilization of information. So, questions, comments, please signify. But did I ask him to repeat the lecture again, this time placing Naira, dollar, where he should mention them? Huh? Maybe that will elicit your interest more. All right, maybe before people make up their mind whether to ask questions or not, Dr. Payne, somehow I feel that the problem we have in this country is that we do not share information, right? In other words, certain things may be happening, others do not know that they are indeed happening. I'll start with that. in pharmacy, I'm a pharmacist, right? And I'll tell you, in pharmacy, efforts are on, in fact, efforts have been on to have a geo mapping of pharmacies in Nigeria. So as we speak now, there are persons who can tell you, yes, these are the pharmacies in Nigeria, these are the places where they are located. Well, as long as those pharmacies are registered with government, that's part of the thing you are talking about, isn't it? That's the way I understand it. I also assume that health registries have data banks somewhere. The problem here may well be that information is not shared, or as you have said, there is no central bank for such data. So University of Benin Teaching Hospital may have in their system, the cancer registry is there, infectious disease, all of these things have been mined for local utilization, but there's no central, no coordinated one. So you don't talk about what is happening nationwide. But I think that if they harness their resources, their pieces of information, they will be able to get to what you are advocating. Then the question pinpointed is this: don't you think attitude is an issue here? I'll tell you why I think so. I am director of something they call SADICOM at the University of Benin. I'm sure in your own university you have something like that. And so you can have pathways of processing transcript, and then maybe by pressing a key in your computer, something is generated. What if the man who is to press that key is not available? What happens? If you give explanations why, oh, sorry, I'm not able to do this, because of that. So just barely pressing the key has taken 24 hours. The entire intention is defeated. That's why I think that attitude may also play a part. We can have the banks, we can have all of that, all these things were laid out. But if the persons who are supposed to play key roles have negative attitudes towards their assignments, then we may not be getting what we want. So we respond, but I assume that while I occupy that space by way of speech making, some persons would have made up their mind to ask questions. All right, questions, comments? Questions, comments? Is that Professor Kamane? Yeah, probably welcome. Nice to see you here. Questions? Okay, yes. Please. Yes.
As regards to the sources of data, you mentioned something about.
You don't mind using the microphone, although I see that you have the lecturer's voice.
So when you talked about the social media as one of the sources, how reliable is that? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. There is a current technology that democratizes data. Now, our interest is now in citizens generating their data. So what happens is we create an AI system that mines footprints of those data. So we don't need to store it in a central data bank. What is in the central data bank, for instance, are the facilities. We know there are health facilities. That one we cannot, we need them. So we successfully spatially map them. If we want to solve, let's say, the health system problem, like giving the patients or having a patient-centered strategy. So we need those health infrastructures to be managed. And then for the other data, citizens can generate them. But we have, whatever comes onto the social media and so on, we can now have a system that intelligently mine that data. We have the big data available. It mines that data and then comes up with some intelligent footprints to solve the problem of that particular domain. So for instance, if I've been sending data, let's say some data on a particular health problem like depression, then certainly when that program mines the information, it certainly will attribute it to you. But the problem now is this, that of patients or that of users identifying themselves. So here in Nigeria, we don't have a coordinated system. For instance, if we have, we want to solve the security problem in Nigeria, then government has the duty to say, okay, we now have an app or system. Go all, for instance, all persons log on and register yourself, or maybe pick information from the NIN registry, so we can populate all information concerning the citizens. Then we now leave them. The citizens can then begin to generate and manage data for themselves. What is going on in my universities? I told the Vice Chancellor that when research and development, or when grants information comes, let's say maybe in the area of health, infectious disease, I cannot identify researchers to work with. Why? Because we are all working on silos of our own. Now, what I did was I created what I call a research and development hub. And we are ready to deploy that hub by the end of this year. Now, what that hub does is it opens, researchers can now log on and enter information about themselves. Now, we now have an intelligent program that mines, for instance, a researcher enters a journal name. We don't expect him to enter details about that journal. We simply mine information from Thomson and Reuters, and it tells you that journal is an impact factor. That journal is a Q1 journal, and then completes the rest for you. So we need a background that is capable of mining footprints and then associating that footprints with the end users. It is possible that happens. It's the way the mobile phones are going. So if you work with their mobile phone, when once you initiate a process, Google or whatever intelligent application will remember that process. So for instance, if I book a location now, tomorrow I don't even need to enter that location again. It will remind me of that location. So that process is called footprints mining, which is available and can help associate activities to the users, provided those users are registered. So if we have a data bank, the data bank is not citizens' data. We don't need citizens' data. We just need citizens to interact with that data, even if it is in social media. Then we find out that we can use AI processes to tie these activities to the respective users or end users.
Thank you. I asked the question.
Okay.
Attitude
Attitude. Well, attitude can only be a problem when we have a centralized system where somebody poses as an administrator. But what I advocate for is an autonomous system and distributed system where individuals manage their content and somebody is not just an umpire. So if we have a transcript system now, certainly exam officers, let's assume, enter, and the transcript is, even students can view their statement of result, right? So the transcript is just, well, for somebody to press the button, let's assume the approving authority. But that is just one phase of it, okay? That is one phase of it, but the system can also have some processes of leveraging on maybe other or sub-admins. So in the absence of the main admin, a sub-admin can also do the approval, or maybe distribute this task in such a way that heads of department can also approve transcripts. And once that transcript is approved, the student can get the transcript without hazards. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dr. Edward. Thank you very much. And there we eventually buy into your scheme so that things will be better for all of us. The world is moving very fast outside here, so we can't afford to remain behind. Ladies and gentlemen, at some point, a delectable lady was introduced, but I suppose that not many of you have known this woman. Have known her for quite a while. Not only is she pretty physically, in her brain, the quality of her brain is something else. So yeah, the brain is pretty. Her energy level, mental energy, is something of the highest order, I suppose. So ladies and gentlemen, we have here one of those persons to speak today. And strikingly in front, the quality of our dressing also suggests something too. Only those who direct can dress the way she is dressed. And those who are directed, like myself, we have our own modest way of dressing. This one can be repeated throughout the week, from one classroom to the other. So we have pharmacist Pennsylvania, Sharif is a graduate, the pharmacist, and the graduate of the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University. She is currently the pioneer. She's the pioneer head of Department of Traditional Complementary and Alternative Medicine at the Federal Ministry of Health. And that's one way we have met, because she's very passionate about traditional complementary medicine. She talks about it with passion. Okay. So, well, if you go to page 19, if you have the book of programs, you will see the profile of Mrs. Sherry written there. I will not want to bother you by repeating what has been said here, but I just want to encapsulate all of that to say to you that this is a woman of substance. And I've said to you that her brain is beautiful, because she's physically beautiful. And so we'll listen to her as she talks to us on the topic that's been laid out there. If you go to what's being planned for this section, they're going to talk to us about traditional herbal medicine development and use during COVID-19, and then the rationale and processes for verification and validation. So ladies and gentlemen, join me to very roundly applaud Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Who knows Aja? If you know Aja, let me see your hand now. If you don't know Aja, sorry. Can you imagine? So 10% of you don't know Aja. Only 90% know Aja. It shows that you don't watch NTA. You are the people that Dr. Tomori is talking about. And you are not patriotic. Yes. I just caught you now. Because another name for Aja is Epamet. Left for us, left for Aja in this country. We should not be talking of importation of anything for a disease that is available in this country because we have the treatments for them in our plants around our gardens and environment. I just written 2 books. You just heard me. In fact, just said now that there's another one that has just added. That's why it's 3, not 2. So there are 3. And if you can just be looking at the books and be combining and be preparing and be doing this to the plants and you'll be drinking and you'll be well. So, but let her finish our lecture first. Then I will say what is on my mind. For now, I have not started saying what's on my mind. But we are proud of Aja Shere. Nigeria, I'm not talking of night radio, I'm talking of Nigeria. We are proud that someone like this works with government and she is who she is. And you know, many people, because they work with government, they will not talk. Because they say if they talk, they will sack them. If they sack you, what will happen?
I respectfully, in the name of Almighty God, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to this special day. Let me first by appreciating NIPRI for inviting me to make my own little contribution to this conference. However, let me start by saying, when the DG came to me and said he's going to organize a conference that has never been held before, I say, yeah. Is he now a politician? I say, we'll see. We may not be here physically since this conference started, but we try to follow online, especially the first day. Even the name, the title of the conference is striking, multi-sectorial. And then to crown it all with the business aspect, the researchers are okay. Because enough of those things inside. Let's see what we can get outside. So social economic benefits beyond COVID-19. Please, can we appreciate that? It is happening. The second one was that inviting the vice president. Let them know this is what we must do, and this is what the government must do. Please, hold him on his promises and follow him up. If it means to catch the Minister of Health, let's catch him and do the needful. NIPRID has done well. We are seeing a new face of NIPRID. You see, when I saw your products, something struck me. In 2007, I was the board member representing NIPRID. The late Dr. Inyang, may so rest in peace. In one of the technical meetings, I said, Prof, do you know you have so much advantage in NIPRID? You are to start from the ground to the market, to start from the plant to whatever you want to do. But in between, you can do some magics to get some money to fund NIPRIG and some of the things you want to do. I said, can you start making tea? I said, if you make tea and they say this is the product of NIPRIG, everybody will buy it. I say, I remember Institute Ibadan, they used to make one product called soya ogi. Everybody was buying. I had my babies then, so I was going to that shop specifically to buy soya ogi. Why? Because it was from a recognized institute. So I know quality and safety is the watchword. You know what he said? He said, I tell you not how to make tea. What is happening today? You have two of your products that are tea, and two of your and other products that are from natural sources that we have said. So you are coming out, and you must come out and continue to come out.
Yeah.
It is very important. Start it. Like today, I was late here because I had to wait and listen to Professor Tomori and my friend and my brother, Professor Emeji. When he was talking with passion, in my room, I said, look, this guy now, I want to go for this meeting. I said, since he's here, I'll use him as an excuse that I'm making. Because I wanted him to capture some things he was saying. And I prayed that the policymakers were listening, the people, the politicians were listening. He was saying it in the crooked and simple way for us to understand. And I really appreciate that. So that is something, again, can we appreciate immediately? Because it's an uncommon professor. There are professors, but some are more professors than the others. And some are more uncommon than the others. And some are more practical than the others. That is where the class of Emeje belongs. He's a writer. I told you we should be mad. We're allowed to be mad. Are we not allowed to be mad? Yes, sir. Because when you are mad, at times you get attention. Just like when during the TMT in the ministry, when the minister is talking, I try to be mad. I said, this presentation of the Presidential Steering Committee, after the Presidential Task Force, they set up a Presidential Steering Committee. And then he made his presentations. One of his presentations, he said 6 priority areas, 7. And then when he mentioned them, when he was talking, the last 7 was research. He talked about all the others, vaccine efficiency, primary health care. Me, I was boiling. Because when is he putting research at the end of that priority? So when he finished speaking, I put up my hand after when the minister was saying, I said, excuse me. I said in the first, there were 2 categories and then 3. I said in the first category, you didn't put research. You put it down. And then in the second category, you omitted it completely. I said, that is not right, Honorable Minister, that is not right. If we must develop and we must go into local production, we must put research first. Right. This is my thing. They don't even believe me. I said, you must put it first. No, when he came to respond, he said, to start research is too expensive, so we don't even have enough to buy what we want to buy. We don't have enough to say research. So here they go again. They will continue. So because I don't want to divert, my lecture is encompassing. At the end of the day, it's not what I tell you, it's what comes out of it and what we need to do. That's true. That's the motive of all these your conferences. Please respect me because they do respect and they get a bit, like you said, because we have to be practical. Yes. When I see people as researchers, you have done work. There is encompassing, you said multi-sectorial. I want to see people talking business. When I was sitting down, he was making his submission. I said, he's saying something right. But the moment he takes it to some of we policymakers, we say, hold on. It's gone. Researchers, let us begin to say business plan. In any research you want to do, put business for them now. If you want to succeed. And when you put the business, there will be money that will be allocated to that. And then you cannot indirectly say you have to start that way. After all, nobody knows how you are going to cook the soup. That's it. But we want to eat the soup. So there are many, if you keep on saying the same thing for 20 years, you are not getting results. Don't you think both of you are wrong? Correct. Either the person listening to you is wrong, or you doing it is wrong. So now change the scenario. And that is why I like this conference. Multi-sectorial. You even brought people who should pray. Yes, let them pray to all of us. So that we all change our minds. And then again, let the business people come in and let the government pay attention. Like he said, people are stealing billions. Let those billions come to research and let us see products. I think that is what we need to do. Let me just go simple to my lecture. Along the line, I'm just saying. So I've already even finished my lecture because what I want to say is that I am not here to tell you all the molecular structure. No, no more interest in that. It's those molecular structures, those sitting in the lab, getting all the effects of the laboratory effects, getting this, producing them, putting them. Please, can you metamorphose those things outside to money? That should be our focus. That should be our interest. And that value chain must be created. And that is redefining the way we think. And then redefining the way we look at things, either at international angle or national angle. Please, can we just take my, bring up my slide? You see, I don't need to say anything about COVID-19 again. We know the cause. We know where it emanated from. What is important now is a pandemic, isn't it?
Yes.
We all agree. And we said it's killing people, isn't it? So we all agree. Yes, whether we are there or not when it started, but they say there is this thing and it's killing people. So what do we do? And we have to belong globally. If you say you don't believe, you'll be left alone and people are dying. So even Almighty God say obey the government or the constitution or the authority. So let's obey the authority. And then it may be a good way for us to get what we don't want, what we don't have before. So that maybe it will make all the people, the big guys were the ones dying, now they are looking. The $10 billion there for vaccine production, we must bring it out. By God's grace, we must bring it out to support research. If they like, let us be doing, I'm part of the system. If they will let us be doing the thing, but we'll gradually know the right way to bring it. And research institutes must have a way to be supported. And for you to be supported, please make it business angle. Begin to look at business. I'm sure you have some finished products ready to go to the market. Yes. You have some ongoing processes, then the other ones. So there are ways. So you now need to look at financial experts. You can't do it all. You know, we scientists think we know the beginning to the end. When the socialists or the economists or the financialists are ruling us. So where are we? Maybe we need them to bring out the financial angle. And it's very important. Who doesn't like money? We all like money. If you don't have money, you cannot survive. You cannot even come and talk.
Yes.
You are looked at as an old researcher, spending time, no money. It's very wrong. So we need to redefine our ways. Next, let me just say that. What's wrong?
Okay, you want?
No, I prefer talking. Let them be. Next slide. Yes, next slide. Okay, sorry. Like I said, I don't need. This is the story. Yes. But what is important in this story is that we were all scientists now said this is the disease. So let's go and those of them that had things to start research, they started. Then the other ones who had nothing were all morose to looking, waiting for people who have it to come and bring. So were they going to give you? They had to protect their own first. That was a painful experience. They had to protect their own first. That is to show you that no matter how you look at international things, locality and home and nationality is very important. That should teach us to begin to think from that angle. Locality, nationality, then internationality. I always wonder, why did God say you should emanate from a family? From a family to a community, from a community to a nation, or to a state, and from a state to a nation, and from a nation to whether we have other, like continent of Africa, West Africa, South Africa, and then maybe a nation. So, but what is important is that suddenly, when there was no solution, whether you like it or not, some people went back to that old traditional remedy. Nobody who will say he didn't take traditional remedy. Whether you didn't take it, you took it as food. As long as you eat pepper soup, you are taking traditional remedy. Professor Babola has already said it. I was listening to a lecture. She said those things, they have antiviral properties. So I'm not going to redefine what she has said. She has given you the constituents. She has told you the why they have these antiviral properties. So why are you deceiving yourself? People were taking it. So we now say, in the country of blind men, one-eyed man is the king. So we needed to look at what we have. We now went back to that resurgence of using our own traditional medicine, whatever we have, which we know that 80% of our people already, they were not, you were saying this morning, why is it the local people were not dying? They were saying, initially they said the disease is Abuja, but I thought I cannot disease. Because we were not feeling it. maybe because of what they were doing. Maybe the research topic. I told Minister Sister, can we begin to research on why people were not dying? Or let's take, maybe that is something that will now bring out to the world globally to have an international recognition. Because you are not going to do anything strange. You must do the unusual thing to be recognized internationally. And we have the opportunities. God has given us this opportunity. Especially for those of us who have had the opportunity of interacting with them, you'll be able to say, why? They are looking at what you are not looking at. Thank you. Next slide. So, at times, when I said the doctors and the pharmacists, the laboratory, whatever you call your person, as long as you are working on health, you are Babalawo. When Professor Babalawo was making a presentation, she said, "These Babalawos." I laugh. I say, "You two are Babalawo." So I want to give you back history, your pestle mortar. You were called apothecaries. Were you not?
Yes.
And in those days, it was the priest. The monks and the priests that were healing people.
Yes.
Were they not? They were the ones healing the people. So there were a group of people sitting together. Then they said, "You go and bring the herbs. What is the disease? What do they do?" So you have find one person producing the plant, formulating it, treatment. They say, "This is getting too much. Let us begin to separate it." So now some countries gradually begin to see how we can separate it, especially foreign countries. Frederick II concluded the separation in an edict, where he separated pharmaceutical profession from medical profession, forbidding any business relationship if you go to the edict. And he said there must be compulsory use of pharmacopoeia. That's why in those days, you saw material medical, Chinese medical, all those things. They were even used, material medical was used for 1700 years. Okay? So I want to tell you that if they call you Babalawo, better stop pretending and say, "Yes, you are Babalawo." Except if you are not treating it.
Oh.
Thank you. What was happening during COVID-19? What were we doing? The disease. Some people inside, look, I knew where I was sending formulas. I was sending formulas of my simple medical preparation to the villa. And they were using it. Everybody was passing it. Now, don't say, "Okay, let's talk about it now. Let's see how we can go and tell NIP to do more. Let's see how we can tell other institutions, universities. How can we say, is go and do it?" Hold on now, hold on, vaccines are coming. That is not right. In the election, everybody was stealing. If you see the way people, big gas, they were stealing. Eucalyptus was scarce. Is it not? Even though we have it, it was scarce. And NIP is one of the products of NIP. So many preparations were going on. You see people in the kitchen, pasting and mortar, they became apothecaries. They were now making all different, using garlic. Garlic was expensive. Lemon was expensive. Is that not a message?
No.
So why are we pretending?
That is it.
Even boosters, everybody was speaking.
Yes.
Pepper soup. One of my colleagues, a doctor, said she went to Canada during that period when COVID-19 started. She had serious cold and cough. But because she went to do Omogo, she was giving pepper soup, so she was taking it. She said, "Oh, that pepper soup must be the one that helped her." I said, "Say it to us now, let's say." She said, "No, hold on." They continue holding on. And people were taking Agbo. Agbo was so popular. They were making money. These traditional medicine practitioners, they were making money. Yeah, I know some of them. But what did we do? I'm here to also tell you, in our little way, where we are, despite the challenges, it was all over. And this problem of these practitioners, they came out and said they have a cure. When they don't even understand the disease, they say they have a cure. But they were all over. And they said, government, they will ask them during the session. Then they were torchlighting. The journalists were telling minister, "What is this?" They said they have a cure. You must listen to them. So he was supposed to make us active and also make institutions like NIP. I remember the DG was up and going on. And then what we did is that we asked them, "Okay, you that believe you have a cure, present your submissions, your documentation." We had roughly about 58 submissions from TNPs. And then some of them, because once you say it's a cure, we remove it. We don't want to, we are not the ones to, you can't cure anything when you don't know what it is. So, but the 58 that had medicinal plants in it, we looked at them. Some of the products were new products, that means they've not been listed with NAFDAC, And some of them had already been listed, so they needed to revalidate. Okay, so but we just did a template just to guide them: organization, product, claim, NAFDAC recommendations. So if you are listed with NAFDAC, we know at the end we say this is the list, and then we organized interactive section between the honorable minister and the TMPs. They were very happy because it was the confidence, and I liked it. Minister was talking to them; they were happy, and then they were able to say, "So okay, we are going to do our best." And then we were to say, okay, what are we going to do? We are not regulatory agencies, we are not research agencies. We are just doing, this is where policy comes in. We said, okay, make submissions. NAPID was giving some for evaluation. I know they didn't give them money, of course, it's not easy. And then NAFDAC was asked to look at the other submissions. And of course, they needed all the practitioners to go and follow the process, which is what that was about. But at the end of the drama, we needed to set up an expert committee. We're now looking at, you see, not looking at committee from NIPI, not looking at committee from NAFDAC. We collected a multi-sectorial committee from academia, even from the practitioners, from the business angle. Because if anything comes, if listing comes, is the business person willing to take it? If the practitioner doesn't have money, at least to commence some of the listing products before we look at clinical trials. Okay, so like we said, the committee was given these terms of reference, just to mention, to review and develop appropriate guidelines for the evaluation of herbal medicine with immediate emphasis on COVID-19 potentials. But we're now looking, it's not only COVID-19 potentials, you can also add other related diseases, even malaria. How can you say, for goodness sake, that your cure for malaria comes from China? Are you not sick? In Islam, they say when God puts the disease, he defends the cure. Okay. So where is your religion? And we know that he said he gives you the leaves. What? The leaves for your medicine. And the ASICC-19 47 verse 12. Are we listening? Are we understanding? When you say you brought religious people, I say let them come and tell them that everything is encompassing. It's not just one way. So these are the terms of reference, and they are working with these terms of reference. Let us hope that at the end of it, at least something will come out. Because you realize that government, they will pretend they don't understand what you are saying because you are speaking your own language. So you need to change that language to their own language. Maybe you begin to get what you want. And when you want to change their own language, you bring intermediaries. That's why I say the new thing is that, say PPP. If you say PPP, you are good to go. Even if you are not going to do the PPP, start that way. Something will happen. But when you begin to say, give me funding, no, you are going to be sinking. But let's sit down as researchers. You want to develop a product, then call the experts to give you financial angle, business angle to it. Then you sit it down. Then when you begin to look for the capital, this is what we need. This will be the end. I'm telling you, by the time you go to even CBN or you take it to the president or Mr. Vice President, you will see money appearing. Try it. Next, what are we doing now? Like I said, there is, strictly speaking, in China, there are over 50 universities of traditional medicine, purely for traditional medicine. They are not stupid to have purely institute of traditional, their own universities. How many universities do you have that is purely traditional medicine? To harness, because they knew their potentials. And that is why they did their own nationally before going internationally. If they have contacted the international bodies, they say, no, don't set up your own university. But they took the bull by the horn, and they have over 50 universities of traditional medicine. Because they wanted to work on their own. And for them to work on their own, they need to develop their own in their own way. And that is what we should advocate. And we are also reviewing the traditional medicine policy. And we have done it, we are reviewing it, experts are there, and we are reviewing the herbal pharmacopoeia. We had the first edition 2008, and now we are reviewing the edition. A lot of erudite people are there. Professor Lujoba, Professor McDonald Idu, Professor Yeli Kule. We have all experts, even the practitioners. They are opening up, telling us this, and we are getting the information. That is why we are even developing the first essential medicinal plants list. We have essential medicine list, isn't it? Let us have essential medicinal plants list. The same experts are working on it. And this is supposed to be the first one in Africa, essential medicinal plants. You see, the practitioners, they are difficult to deal with. Whoever tells you do the PLP, they will tell you this, but you know, they are our grannies. They are the barefoot doctors. So you have to be diplomatic so that you get collaboration with them. They are a bundle of knowledge. You see, I call them traditional scientists. God is not wrong to have given them that. The real was, the original was. God is not wrong to have given them that knowledge. It is in your inheritance. You can't say your inheritance is wrong when God put it to you. Originality and photocopy, which one is better? So they are the ones. Let's get it from them. History of pharmacy, history of medicine started that way. One guy went to see a doctor. The doctor said he will die in 3 months. Then when he left, they said, go and see that witch woman. She's doing concoctions there to take. A British. He went, took the concoction and got better. Went to the doctor. You know why I like what the doctor did? Take me to the person that gave you this. That's what we do. Take me to the person. Went to see the woman, started the research, and that was a plant they called Hydrolyticus sciatica. This is a plant now that we use hotdog berries in the management of BP. Let's have it. If you didn't go there, will he get the knowledge? Well, even if he wants to go to the laboratory, he needed that basic information to go and continue so that he doesn't waste money in the laboratory. You are researchers in the laboratory. You must have a base. When somebody has given you the information, you start from there. This is what the Chinese do. If you go to their laboratory, you stay with them and work with them, you see they'll be telling you fingerprints, or they will tell you this is what they do, this is how they do it. So you just say, hey, no wonder these people are achieving it. But here you say, wait, let's get the international standard and start our own. It's very difficult. Let's not deceive ourselves for many years. Let's start it our own way. Let's domesticate these researches for the benefit of 200 million Nigerians. I went to a conference where they were to cultivate Artemisia annua. When we were sitting, one of the chairman from Argentina said, we are to determine who cultivates Artemisia annua in the world. That means they are to decide who cultivates. I was confused. So it's organized. Then when I stood up, I said, I am going to cultivate for 200 million Nigerians. So we are going to try it. And they didn't want to give us the seeds. They said the seeds only grow there, it will not grow. You see, I always give this story. What happened? Baba Obasanjo stole the seed and put it in the bottle. And brought it to Nigeria. And we started cultivating it. In Taraba, they were growing so fantastically. We still took the Artemisinin content, sent it to them in France for analysis. Library did some of the analysis. France had 1.2. So that is to say that it grows very well. We are so blessed. So why can't we continue? That was the project, they did that project. And when Madagascar came with its own Artemisia, they left their own, they continued. So whether you like it or not, if you like, say Madagascar produce wrong product, they have paid their money. Even who we paid money, they paid. That's the truth of the matter. And now the WHO is supporting their research to continue. If they don't at least fall to get up, we will find that way. But what we think, we are doing colonial mentality. Yes, we may say we belong to, we are traditional people. No, we are loving our country. We want to do it the way we're brought to do it first. Then we look outside and see how we can modify it. What is important? But take care of your home first. We are about to collaborate with the Chinese. They are looking for us because they know Nigeria is a market. They want to set up a hospital, Tika hospital. You know, the ones they have in China, if you visited it, you see that they have all these departments, but they use purely their own traditional products. I met an American who was being treated for paralysis. She came to China then. She said in US, they told me I'm going to die. When I came now, the Chinese treated me. And when I finish, I'm going to learn their language. That's the truth. She's going to learn the language because she knew what she will benefit from. So Chinese has forced you now to go and learn their language. That is why they say Chinese traditional medicine. If the international Wahala wants to talk, he say this is our own traditional medicine.
Correct.
You either use it the way it is,
Really?
or you leave it. They are going there to use it and they are studying it. So stop deceiving yourself. Better begin to say this is our own Nigerian traditional medicine. You either use it the way it is
Or leave it.
or leave it. Who will take that? We must take that decision. We are not saying we are not following the international best practice. You cannot be following international best practice, gallivanting, holding the air, nothing to do there. Start your own.
Not true.
Then we move on further. You will see the money. You see the Indians, when you talk too much, they say we call it Ayurveda. Even if it is not an English word, they say it's Ayurveda. My colleague, we went to India, they were teaching us. He stood up and said, you know, some of these our Sabi colleagues, he said, where is the molecular structure? He said, where is the molecular structure in this thing? You know, we have to talk as pharmacists. This, we need to know the moiety, this. What did the guy say? He said, you came to India to learn. This is how we do it. If you are not satisfied, go back to your country. Well, that's what he told you. It has done a lot. We know they evaluated the remedy, well-reaching and well-evaluated. Even NEMA, these are other related agencies that are working. But what is wrong is effective synergy. Let us not deceive. There is no effect. You know, we are deciding. Even in the ministry level, you see somebody is hiding the things in the department, you will just see somebody talking what you are supposed to talk. Let us combine. I don't know why they are fighting. It's the money, and this money, we are going to know how to talk about this money when we go to Almighty God. There should be synergy. Nigel should be talking with Naima very well. Naima, are you doing this? Me, I will do this. Not that you should do this, not that it's on her own. With due respect, if you ask me, I will tell her the reason. Nigel is even better. We need to have that synergy. You see, DG, Nigel coming always to the minute. I'm sure when he got some, he wasn't happy with the response, he stayed back. I said that is always the case, but push ahead, you are achieving something. If you find that Son has published 10 standards of African traditional medicine, how many of us know that? How many? Put up your hand if you know, Son. Only, you can say only DG knows. That means it's collaborating. What are you now going to reinvent the wheel? Why go today? Spend a lot of money. We are in that committee. Professor Iwu is the chairman. So why don't you go and find out that standards and apply it if you can use? So that you look for what has not been done, you do it. So synergy is lacking.
But why are they hiding the standards?
That is on their website.
Which website?
So you better talk to
If it's on their, sorry, it's on their website. So my local government are supposed to go to their website.
This is what is happening. You can see this is what is happening. Let us talk practically and realistically. That's what we are here to talk. All the wahala you know what is the so that when you leave this conference, your life will never be the same again. So that when you go out, you begin to think of how to make the money from the research works, even as individuals. Next. You see, Professor Iwu is doing a lot. Professor Iwu has a product which needed to be validated for COVID-19. He's selling a lot. People are buying it. All these politicians are buying it. And now he's doing currently his clinical trials on artemisinin products. You see that artemisia again, which we had the opportunity to cultivate, but we killed the project. It's now they are talking of artemisia. When Madagascar has gone ahead, even now the artemisia, since you came to talk about artemisia, DG9 came to talk about it. Where is it? Nothing. When you tell some of our policymakers, please let us talk. This is research. Let's collaborate with Ministry of Agri to see how we can cultivate. We have already done the research, which shows it can grow in every part of this country, but more importantly in the north because of the intensity of the soil. So you know where to start. You can go into what we call massive cultivation of these plants. You can do it whether rain or during the dry season. This is something that can go. You have village chemists, one of us. I'm very happy. Olubitoba has what he called a village chemist. Go there, he is producing his products and it's medicine. And we, like I said, we have some of the products that are not listed. Those are some of the new ones that have been presented for analysis. What I was trying to do in my own innocent way was to commit the minister to support this unlisted product in NAFDAC by writing that these products, I got submission from from NAFDAC to say this is the cost of listing a product. Then I will tell the ministry, may we try and support for NAFDAC to do this. The story is still yes. What is the rationale? You have said it. We have said the rationale. We all know. We must have, if you want to, the common belief is that traditional medicine is natural, is safe, is what is it, culturally acceptable. Nothing is safe if you don't use it well. Okay? So we all know that. You can't keep on drinking water and say you want to be drinking water. Yes. So everything must have standards. We must have protocols. And for TMs who want to go further to be sure of the efficacy, that's why we are saying let's have a standard to determine the safety efficacy of the herbal products. And because of the complexity, the Chinese man will tell you the complexity of the components is what makes it effective. That is the whole language, and you put it that way. You either accept it or not. They combine. Let me tell you a secret. In the early stages of COVID-19, Chinese came in or they did not come in. You know those Chinese doctors that came in? Then we had a round table with them. So they were talking. We said, how did you do it? Because you needed to ask the cost. You know what they said sincerely? They said for the mild to moderate, they use their traditional means. They told us, but we didn't want to take it. They told us, Shebi said, did this start from there? They are now telling you this is what to do. But you say, what? They brought in some of these remedies. The remedies disappeared. Maybe some people took those remedies. But why are we deceiving ourselves? Okay? And we must have standards. We agree. Geographical regions produces different plants, so they may not be the same. We look at raw materials or ingredients. We know some of the basic tests. This is your work. Process standardization. We need to look at the finished product and the quality determines the product to make sure that it's good factor. These are protocols that we have to do. We can't beat that. If we must do it well. Like we were saying, if they take it they were taking it in a jar. Now you want to take it in a cup. Now you want to take it in a standardized form. You must standardize it so that it will be good enough, whatever form you want to end up. Either as nutraceuticals, whether you call it ethnopharmaceutical, whether you call it ethnopharmacy, whatever you want to call it, we want as people of science to have standards. Okay? What did NAFDAC do? At least it was important in listing. And I think currently maybe it has listed about 16 herbal products that have to do with COVID-19. That is kudos. We can do more and more and more. That means those 16 are in the market, at least as listed, before we look at clinical trials. You see, the problem with clinical trials is let's stop deceiving ourselves. Let's face the reality and bring up our own submissions on the way we want to do this at clinical trials. Let's just bring our own standards. How do we want it? So that we now attach finance. No private person will give you money for clinical trials. I doubt. Except if it's extraordinary. And the money, maybe he has it so much, he wants to help humanity. They are not common. Then they will let's look at clinical trials. Because now, how may I ask them that personally? Say, please, may I know how many of your products are undergoing clinical trials? No, how many, do you have an idea of any herbal remedy that is undergoing clinical trials? In fairness, be honest. No. Except Professor Owusu, and because he's gotten the international support. So is something not wrong? What do we need to do? Yes, we want to establish some medicine, some herbal remedies, take it to the next step. How do we do? How do we support NIPRI? We say NIPRI, these 5 products, we must do clinical trials. And how many years? Like he was saying, there's technology. And you know Nigerians are not patient. You begin to tell them their clinical trials will take 10 years. Nobody will look at you. Nobody will give you money. Let's begin to change the scenario to make it effective. Okay? And like I said, these are the capacity we need to look at some as given to us by the committee. They said the capacity, whatever institution you want to use basically for clinical trials, we need to have the capacity to collect the safety data. We need to ensure standardization to guarantee quality assurance and capacity to ensure ethical approval. That again is process. When Professor Chobedi was speaking today, you can see that the problem is human, it's real. You have fun. They say before you get that fund, bring 10%. Are you serious? No, we're not serious. You know, I wrote challenges in Africa because we seem to be doing the same thing. Nobody wants to believe in its own traditional medicine, but Ghana is ahead. Ghana is doing well.
Yes.
Ghana is using its own traditional medicine to the fullest. They have traditional medicine hospitals, and they are patronizing, supported by the government of Ghana. And more importantly, the Chinese are now coming to collaborate with them. The Indians are coming to, they are supposed to come here. But we too much, we go say, hey, if you know scientific evidence, or you don't knock the person, he won't be able to talk for that. Instead of let's sit on the table and see how we can discuss. No solution cannot be discussed. If you don't domesticate, even in your house, if people buy food every day outside, is something not wrong with you? Because when you buy food from outside, you don't know how it's cooked. You don't know the ingredients there. If you have leftover, you cannot manage. But when you cook it from your own house, home, you know the taste, you know the quantity, you know how to manage the ingredients, and you know how to reserve. So also it should be applicable in all cases. Yes, we have talked about funding research. Me, I'm saying restructure the way we ask for funding for research. Let's begin to put business in it. Because institutions to have business plan. Likely that's a research institute. You talked about your malaria medicine, which should now be out. Then let's have a business plan. In that business plan, the government must provide the environment and must provide the starting funds. When they see the business plan, they know you are serious. It's not going to be a wasted research. That's the thinking, that's the mentality. So let's begin to design. You see, like I said, international, you know, everything you want to do research here, even if it's made in your own, you say money is coming from WHO, money is coming from PEFA, money is coming from UNICEF. So they are coming to help you do your own research, to use your own product. Okay, continue. Till we all die. Till we all go. You are going. Are you going to live here forever? You will go. Nothing has been done. So let's challenge ourselves. Let's provoke ourselves. Let's begin to see how we can improve, to redefine the way we look at things. You don't have to be a professor to know what it is. God gives people wisdom and knowledge. The state, so when they were saying the soldiers to come alive, to take them. Babangida came, others came. Babangida, they said, no, we can't take this one, it's too short. What did Sadana Sokoto said? What did he say? Do you know what he said? So none of you know what he said. You know what he said? He said, take out of my heart and put for him. That is wisdom. Was he not the president before? He did that. So when you have a knowledge, don't take it alone. Pray to God for wisdom. When the two are together, it is better for us. Clinical trials have said it, no political will, but we must make them have the political will. But we must redesign the way we make our submission. Okay? Research and industrialization, this has been overclocked. We keep on saying it. Let's see what is the solution. That's what we must begin to do. They say social responsibility. Where is the money for social responsibility? Bring it, let's put it here. We know we don't have APIs. We know, let's not deceive ourselves. Ghana has API to when we started, they had. I don't know what happened to them, maybe it stopped. We rely too much, and then there's high tariff, raw materials and equipment. We have just said somebody was producing ampicloth, imported one is cheaper. Are we going to continue this way? Please, when are we going to end this drama and face reality? As individuals, as scientists, as people who remain in this country. We must, if it's possible to grow mad, let's do it that way. Next, I just want to conclude. I try to look at what is the benefit. You know, the Muslims in United Arab Emirates, you know what they're inviting us to come and talk about Nigerian tea cup. What are they calling us? The organizer said they have had enough of Indian and China, so they want African products, and they believe Nigeria has products. Every day they are calling me. I'm trying to organize the people that will go, but I want to make sure these people have products that are safe. At least those listed with NAFDAC. They are going. They have a market. Million naira. These Arabs, they have money, but most of them are obese. Most of them have diabetes. Most of them have hypertension. So they are craving for natural content. So if you can produce natural content, why don't you take it there? Imagine, I hope you are going to go to that place. You are ready to go with us. Sure. Look at it. We know we have these species. We have arable land. So everybody should have a farm, small garden. If you like, grow what you want to eat organically and be health-wise. This is the advantage we have. And we know our populace use it. We have every day they say by 56. So all of us, some of us say we don't die.
Oh.
Health indices. We are still here. But it's true. But we need to improve. We are happy to say we'll do this, we'll do this. What are we doing to solve the problem? Okay. $6 billion in 2050. Where is our own share there? Yes. We are looking for raw materials. The lowest hanging fruit we have in this country is plant. We have said it, when we say it, we go and sleep. So we have to recall. Nigeria does not, Cameroon exports Prunus africana for the treatment of pacemaker, $40 million in 1993. They have now, when they were looking for the plan, they came to build a hospital. They built hospitals for them. They improved their roads because of even Kinasi, another plant in Cameroon. Madagascar, you don't know when Madagascar came out. You know why? Their greatest export potential is medicinal plants. So that was why when they saw the window of COVID-19, they came up with their district. Your periwinkle is the major export of Madagascar. That's why you call it Madagascar plant. Isn't it? Which one we call Nigeria plant? Huh? Which one? The scientist was making a submission in Dubai 2 years ago, Professor Mohammed. He said his Nigerian student gave him the plant. They did a clinical trial on the plant and they found that the plant is good in the management of obesity. Okay? And they are going to work on it. And I was there. I said, Nigerian plant. I said, which plant is this? Do you know this is the local vegetable we eat in the north? I'm trying to get the name now. Casitata, something like that. It's called Lepidemia. Thank you. That is what is working for obesity. Here, we eat it as vegetable in the north. The old women give it to us, we eat it. So it's when you are looking for Sokoto, it's there in Sokoto. So they were doing it, the guy was saying he's now going to do intellectual property. I say you cannot come to Nigeria to take that plant, Professor Mohammed. Come the right way to introduce you if you want. And the Nigerian scientists who you said you are working with, bring him along. We are just sitting here, they are taking away our things. The Chinese have cultivated so much acres of moringa. They will take it to you there and they'll say it's green tea. And you buy. National Assembly, they have akorizone. Is it akorizone? Is one pack of different teas. Of those teas. They paid 98,000. The people who donated to all the House of Reps. Free. Why? Market. You know the Turkish people? They donated to them. Tea. So the House of Rep people. This thing is not when you have the country, and when you look at the population, you find out we have it. They say the best tea in the world. There's one, whether Japanese green tea. The third one is Babati, Highland tea. It's still as it is. They only change the packet to be a bit better. If the governor knew what he has, Taraba will not be poor. He will come and make it into multi-components. Let him work with researchers. They redefine it. They can even produce whatever they want to produce for him. Because we don't appreciate what we have. Commercialization, we need to look at it. Well, let me conclude. Recommendations, African countries should domesticate and have their own national standards. You know, when I say national standards, I'm saying even from local to state. What? National. Somebody says, don't go to buy my market in Nigeria. West Africa will come. Africa will come. When the Africans begin to use their products, the foreigners will come in. And they will now buy into your standards, like the American woman that are going to China. So she's now learning Chinese because she's reading. So that was the smartness the Chinese did. Putting their own form. So if they tell us, this on our own, we can't change the name, this is how we use it. Can you use it like that? Even though we are not bringing it internationally, we are going to work with our researchers to see how they can make it. A Chinese professor said there were 3 leaves that they were used in making a dancing pill. Dancing pill is sold worldwide as a tonic to the heart. During the lecture, I said, please, professor, which one has more therapeutic benefits? Is it the tea that you put together as 3 tea leaves or the pills? He said, very old professor. He said, more therapeutically is the leaf, but for international benefits and recognition, we pay it. Is that not wisdom? But they are still, it's only in China you see the crude form of ginseng, the tablet form of ginseng, the capsule form of ginseng, the syrup. It did not disappear with the crude form. The money is going together. Wisdom. Even if you go to England, you go to Chinese shop, they will show you the roots and backs. Is that not what they are doing? We need to do more to allocate funding. All these have been said. So that's why I think what I need to bring the different drama to it. That's why I'm talking. Next. Conclusion. Let me conclude. Because it seems you were enjoying my story and then it's going. I want us to be philosophical. I want us to be psychological. Yes. I want us to bring in wisdom and the wisdom and the knowledge. I'm here to bring this combination of factors so that we can drive the engine of growth for the development of our country. Using what we have. It has become necessary to develop for what I use for primary integration into it, especially at primary health care. If you must achieve universal, if you like saying universal health coverage, you must start at the primary level. And then we have realized since 80% are there, who do you help them? Let's do the science there. Let's apply the science and tell them the basics. You have to fund. We have said that funding for pharmaceutical medicine. Let's go and catch the president of African Development Bank. Actually, the first thing he was saying, he said there must be support for pharmaceuticals and vaccines. Okonjo Iweala said Nigeria must go green. We must develop local production in pharmaceuticals and therapeutics and vaccines. That is a message to all. Even if we are going to go to the African International Trade Zone, whatever we call it, what are we going there with it? We are supposed to take services and products. We have excellent personnel to take them. But do we have products? Let's begin to see how we can. So that we will not come, even in Africa, we are not benefiting. Countries like Ghana, South Africa will be ahead. Diversification in the economic area of agriculture will attract interest in medicinal plants. That is what we should not begin to sing green pharmacy. We call it green pharmacy or we call it green gold. So that we can be able to even have discoveries for medicines for Africa. Because we are not encouraged. So when I say local to national to West Africa, Africa as a whole, Africa, before we now say we want to guarantee our health security. Okay? I think wisdom and knowledge must go together. I want to end this by saying Africans must believe in Africa. We must practice Africanism and we must market Africanism. This is important for our group. Thank you very much.
Shall we clap again? I said it too. So now. Is Aja a Mamalao, a Babalao, a researcher, a scientist, a pharmacist, a policymaker, a government leader, an administrator? What is she? Okay. Aja, I'm not the one that said it though. The people in this hereby confer on you the titles mentioned above. Thank you. So, on behalf of my chairman, may I take this opportunity to recognize. I'm not recognizing, I'm just calling your names so that you know that we know you are online. Where is Dr. Azu? I saw Dr. Azu when I came in, so I'm wondering why I'm seeing him online. Is Asa doing online? You will explain why you are here and you are doing online. If it's because of my 1 p.m., you will see. Okay, so Dr. Braid, Professor Azu, Dr. Ohale. If I don't have your title, I will call you doctor, just claim it. But if you are a professor and I call you doctor, sorry. Dr. Patias, Dr. Fashion, let me call him. Dr. Raphael Glory, Dr. Yaba, Dr. Wada, and Dr. Oluwatosi. All of you are doctors, except Professor Azu that I know. So thank you. Hang on. Stay online there and continue to enjoy the brief. In the scientific world, those of you heard me yesterday, there's something we do. Sometimes you stay here in Nigeria, you send email to someone in the farthest place that I can call now, maybe like Tianjin. It takes about 21.5 hours to get to Tianjin. I love it. One of the experiments that I do on long trips is that I try not to go to the toilet and see what will happen to me. Yes, I've done. I fly from Addis to Washington for 15.5 hours straight, non-stop, and I refuse to go to the toilet because tomorrow I'm stop doing that. My own is I want to know what will happen. So, but when you send an email to someone in Tianjin, a very far place, then you start to work together, and then maybe for like 10 years, you work together, you write books, you publish together, you've never met. Then suddenly one day, one conference and then because you made a presentation, say, are you the one? I'm the one. So we have been writing together, you know. I started a collaborative discussion with a professor at the University of Abuja, University of Abuja College of Medicine, College of Health Sciences, I'm not particularly sure how to call it. And he's a physician, he's a professor, and also in the teaching hospital. In fact, he chairs the COVID-19 committee of the teaching hospital of the university. For 4 years now, we've never met. So Professor Omorige was surprised when I told him that I've never met this person that we talk, and the person just walked in now, and I have the pleasure of knowing him today and welcoming him, Professor Chandra. Okay, so Professor, as my DG gone out? I know. DG, I know you are using one unidentifiable line to be watching this place. You are hereby recognized for not staying around. So, Professor Ozula, I'm sorry for taking 2 minutes of your time.
Professor Martin Zebeji had requested for applause for I think that we can do it even much better. Man, I think I want to join her in madness. Except that neither she nor I will remove our clothes. But if it is to be talkative, so that government will recognize what we want to do, so be it. So I joined her in emphasizing that we need to speak out. Let them call us any name they want to call us. We must speak out. And so, Madam, I praise your doggedness. Right? You'll be focused, and we hope that as time progresses, we'll begin to see the efforts and the reward for the efforts that you have made. You know, she's passionate about traditional medicine. I am too, and many of us are. For much too long, we have allowed our other nations to sing our song. Right? They dictate to us how we should go. To the extent that we seem to have lost confidence in ourselves. Right? There's nothing good about Nigeria. Everything is good that comes abroad. Comes from abroad. Nothing is good about us. Nothing, practically nothing. See, Madam, some of the points that you highlighted, I tell you one thing. We were in Lagos together, that NAFDAC initiative. I did a memo to the DG NAFDAC. I don't know whether she's online. I did a memo. The emphasis was this. We cannot go by the international protocol of orthodox medicine, 4 phases of clinical trials. I want to stamp this to traditional medicine. It will not see the light of day. And that's why today, no clinical trial is going on for our traditional medicine. There are institutional difficulties. There are also problems with health practitioners. Pharmacists are included. Doctors are there. All right? They say phase 1, phase 2. Have you done this? Have you done that? And so on. Everything about clinical trial as packaged for us, we know it now, is practically for orthodox medicine. Yeah. And so we have to find a way around our own. And I think that's the point you try to emphasize. Listen, what does it entail? We just do simple LD50 or those acute subacute toxicity studies in pharmacology. That's the main thing that's required for listing of products. Madam, these people are smiling to the banks. Okay. I know what also pains me. Sorry if I speak in this manner, because I'm a pharmacist. And I see my colleagues all the quarrel about those in retail pharmacy, 200 meters apart, and they quarrel every day that the other person's pharmacy is less than, and then every day flexing muscles with patent and proprietary medicine vendors. And then you go to their premises, some of them quarreling with, arguing that the man has not brought cartons of these bitters and other bitters. All the pharmacognosy we did in school, where are they? Well, the pharmaceutics and formulation, where are we applying this? There's one in Benin now, Professor Ito will tell you about that. And the man, see, it's amazing. He gave me bottles of this preparation. And everyone who takes that preparation tells me, say, Prof, this thing is good. He sells the bottle for 1,700. And the man is smiling to the bank. And I tell you, his 3 sons, all of them married, are in the company with him, and everybody is doing well. So you see, somebody will drive from Abuja, and I've seen that somebody will drive from Abuja with a truck, asking for, God, you said if I came, you will give me 20 cartons. How come it's only 5 cartons? And I say to myself, but you were the one that government sponsored your training in all of this area. And so how come that you are the one now begging somebody who knows next to nothing about the processes of drug development and so on and so forth? So we must begin to think about all of these things, if you ask me. Madam, you said it, and I only wish that this was a larger gathering of scientists, not just pharmaceutical scientists, medical scientists as well. You know why? Some persons, they always think that Western medicine is the solution to all things. By the way, I'm a pharmacologist or psychologist, so our teaching, everything is inclined in that direction. But you see, I say to them, when there is a problem, it doesn't matter how the solution comes. When you are about to die, you as a medical doctor, you are at your wit's end. In other words, all the experts in the field have recommended the drugs and everything. Nothing seems to be working, and they tell you to do this, do that. Traditional medicine. Won't you try? You try. And if it works, hooray, good for you, right? Just as some again will be economical with the truth. Instead of coming out openly to say, look, these things saved my life, you find them say, well, you see, and they begin to decorate the thing. I hope we get by. All right. What pains me that many countries are making money from herbal medicinal products. We're just there, right? We're there, the back, lowest rung of the ladder. But for the efforts of Ajab, nothing will probably not be seen in the radar at all. That's the truth of the matter. So we only hope that we'll keep making progress, and everyone here is challenged. Some of us are very scientific. You see, you have read Ajab now. I know how many publications you have on that, that. Biaja is asking you, asking me, and every one of us seated, how many of these have we factored in Naira and Kobo, the business component, right? And if we had done so from the outset, we'll probably not be at the same level, at least wealth-wise, as we are now. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give opportunity. I've spoken now, but you see, one thing I think we should do, yes, is be patient with us. But sometimes we should ask the questions just after the lecture has been delivered, or make comments. You know why? You say, oh, well, let us wait till the end of that kind of time management can be injurious. At some point in time, people forget what is being said. And they forget how they wanted to articulate their opinion, So I think that this is the right time to ask questions. And so if we have comments to make, please, you're welcome now to make those comments or ask questions. The floor is open. I'd like to see answer. For such an interesting lecture, certainly you should elicit comments, elicit questions. All right? Questions? Comments? You don't need to look behind to raise your hand. Yes, sir. Who else?
I can start.
Oh, well, yeah, that's right. That's not the start. I guess everyone else will be stimulated one way or the other. All right. So thank you. You will need the mic, even if you have a lecturer's voice.
Thank you very much. My name is Adela Jegede. I work in Library. Thank you very much, Ajay, for that interesting presentation. I just want to put this on the table. Before now, there have been many discussions about integrating traditional medicine into the national health delivery system of Nigeria. I know that was for you people that was to forget our set of people work, develop curriculum. What steps are the Ministry of Health taking to make that a priority in all of these things you are discussing? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, please pass the mic on to. If you will come here so that you want to write them down.
Thank you, Archer, for your wonderful presentation. My name is Jibril Alai from the University area. We have been talking about this research. And there is this, I think I would put it in this way, a kind of rascality in a field of research, where that we think that we know everything. So for instance, if you are to carry out research, you cannot know everything about research because it contains a lot of information, and there are experts that are specialized in most of this information because you can only know your own part. But you cannot move forward when you think that, for instance, if you want to develop a thing that you need some expertise from an immunologist, some expertise from whatsoever stem cells, this research
molecular engineer. So, yeah, what are you talking about? That you are going to produce this vaccine, you alone? What are you doing? And I will also throw this question to Ajay. Like, what we have today, there is no unity among the pharmacists, medical doctors, and there's other part of the medical fields that are involved in major research. So, what is the Ministry of Health doing to harmonize these people to tell them that, look, you cannot do this alone. You have to collaborate with other components that can give you the best results that you want. Thank you.
Are you done with your question?
Yes. Please.
All right. Any other comments, please? I thought you established the air with a finger.
No.
Okay, it's all right. Then please let Aja, let's give the space for Aja to respond. Aja, please.
Question is simple and straight. Degede talked about the curriculum developed during the time of Professor Onyebuchi. Am I right? During the time of Professor Onyebuchi on the curriculum for medical institutions, either in field of pharmacy, medicine, and to develop herbal and nurses. Am I right? Is that the curriculum you're talking about? Yes, there's such document, and this document was left. No action. I'm saying the truth. Yes, I work in the ministry, I say it, but however, now something is being done. You recollect that the Federal Executive Council has passed the Traditional Complementary Council B. Because if we don't have a council, some of these things cannot be regulated. Pharmacy, the Pharmacist Council of Nigeria regulates all the training and all the ramifications. So, sorry. So you need to have a council. So we're fighting for that council. Currently in the National Assembly to be passed. Again, political will and behind the scene drama. But we know that once that council is passed, we'll be able to have curriculum and everything easy for institutions, okay? In collaboration with the Ministry of Education. I think that is the answer to that. You said research, and then no collaboration. We just mentioned it here. There's no synergy. There has to be synergy. And like I said, we all believe that if I'm running this organization, I don't want to partner with the other one organization. I don't know. That's why I said it's the problem. We must have synergy. But I think they are beginning to talk to themselves. Even agencies are now seeing the need to collaborate. You can see this gathering. There are all different groups coming together here, and I'm sure most of us have been able to learn something that we'll take back home and say there is a need for this synergy. And where there are issues, like from my department, anything that has to do with traditional medicine or herbal medicine research, I made it a point of duty to send to the relevant agencies. Whether you come or not, it has been sent to you. But you find that some are not interested to come because you don't want to know, you don't want me to know what you are doing, whether you are chopping the money or you are not doing it. That's the truth. This chopping the money is the problem. We must think of how to stop chopping this money and synergizing the money for effective. Honestly, you call this one, you find that it's doing the same thing. If we sit down, I was just saying that we are going to have a conference international conference on enhancing the potentials of traditional and complementary medicine. Because some of us don't even understand what is complementary medicine. We don't know. We think traditional medicine alternative. Your indigenous that orthodox is number one, but your traditional medicine that belongs to you is your number one. Then orthodox. And when you say 70% patronize this, which one is more than the others? But however, let's look at it from talking to us here. You see, when you go to the whole practicing complementary, we were talking about somebody who was getting bitter. I have one person who's producing a product. He has made over 2 billion naira in the product. And looked at him, where are these researchers there? You know, he is making the money because his product, If you like be talking, you say, don't use it, don't use it. Especially because the product is listed in NAFDAC. You cannot control Nigerians not to use it.
Absolutely.
They say that is your own story. They are using it. And the guy, like you say, is smiling home. And we are looking stupid. They come to my office for endorsement or they want to ministry to it. I find that when I say they should make scientific submissions, at least to convince on the way forward, I'm glad one of them is really working with scientists. The guy is smiling in billions. How many of us have billions? That's the truth. So, and we are the ones who are supposed to be in charge. Because if a product is done by a professional with discipline, you know, we have ethics guiding us.
Yeah.
That ethics is what makes us to have that discipline. But a product comes from you, I will buy it. So we have the opportunity. But we are looking that way because we are thinking international standard. We are looking at the scientists have not clinical trials. Like I said, continue doing your clinical trials. People will continue taking their, they continue taking what they want to and make money, and they don't go and beg them for the money. So we need to improve. When the design, we have experts who will sit down and design and domesticate. When we talk about politics, we say, no, we are not going to bring in American politics, say we need to domesticate it. People are then learning to domesticate, and that's the way we should go. And I think we should take this challenge and then redefine ourselves so that we too can be smiling with those dollars.
I will smile to the banks too. All right. You know, you are so inspiring. I'm tempted to, I'm tempted to think of inviting you to my university so you speak to these young ones that are in Library, right? So that you are able to see things differently, right? We don't all have to be out there shouting clinical, this or that. You know, that's from 2 weeks ago. I had to give a lecture on drug discovery to some of the students. It's interesting, people do not know. You have placebo response. Those of us that here, I'm sure majority of us know what placebo response is. Can be as high as 50%, right? In other words, just put anything together and give to people to drink. Huh? A percentage ranging from 30 to 50, you say, I'm okay. I'm okay. Even when there is nothing to eat, right? I'm okay. So between efficacy and safety, the one that is of the greater essence is safety.
Correct.
Because anybody can tell you that he gains from it. Bitters, let it be bitter. Once it's bitter, you are okay. But I'm saying in addition that many of them are in these very applications. Granted that we know that there are charlatans, as Ajay has underscored. Charlatans, people come around, they claim to do everything. Right? Sometimes in the laboratory, keep in mind I'm a pharmacologist, they tell you the thing bring down blood pressure. By the time you induce blood pressure and you want to intervene, you see that the thing is almost, the blood pressure of the animal is hitting the rooftop. Instead of bringing down blood pressure, the thing is actually elevating blood pressure. So there are questions that can be answered. And I want to encourage every one of us to get into the preaching of Aja. We need to move this nation forward. We cannot be too scientific as not to know our roots. We cannot be so westernized as to forget that prior to this so-called Orthodox medicine, our people lived. And somebody raised the question, how come that our compatriots in the rural settings didn't die as much as those of us in the cities? For all you know, they have been the herbs that they take, go behind the house, they take this scent leaf, not the rest of they take this morning, night, and all that. We live on these other foods that we eat in the cities. So, Raja, well, like I said, I wish that this was a larger audience of not only pharmaceutical scientists, also we need to see medical doctors, so they see practically that. So when we talk about herbal medicine, it's not just the other way. Some persons are so fixated. If it is not Western, don't think about it at all. There's nothing good about it. That cannot be true. And we know so that cannot be true. So once again, round of applause for Hajam. God bless you. Right. Now, as chair of the session, I'd like to announce to us that we'll take one more lecture, after which we will go out to look at the abstracts that have been put there. So after this next lecture, we invite those persons who have abstract to go stand by their abstracts. So we'll have some scientific ventilation of what you have presented. Professor Omar Dambata, the Executive Vice Chairman, Nigeria Communications Commission here in Abuja. Right? He's currently serving as a second term of 5 year in the 5-year office. The first approval, this approval was come in this year, the year 2020. Dambata is a winner of prestigious Civic Prize in Professional Leadership and Bachelor's in Engineering and 2 degrees from the Technical University of Rocklaw in Poland, and received his PhD from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology. He has successfully headed the attainment and surpassed Nigeria's national broadband target in 2018, and is currently among those leading the charge for the realization of the new national broadband target of 70% by 2025. Before his appointment in 2015, Professor Dambata had presented NH and BH in diverse areas of communication. He's not physically present, as a representative, Kelechi Nwankwo, who is head of research and development at NCC. So, Kelechi, you are invited, and we invite you to present. We said something about your boss, such a high profile, but I know for sure that he will not have sent a Lilliputian who will not represent him well to this place. So do us a favor. You may be, like I said, facing, but do us a favor. Tell us something about yourself. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kelechi Nwankwo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Like I was introduced, my name is Kelechi Nwankwo. I'm the head of research and development. I have over 25 years experience working in the telecommunication sector. So as a civil servant at now, I don't have to present what I've been given to present, but having listening to this, I would have tried to go a different direction, trying to speak to some of the things that came up. But I'll just read the EVC's present his paper in as simple as I can, and during any question and answer, then I can share some additional experiences. Always, these are what people here are pharmacists, so it would be nice to start to introduce the Nigerian Communications Commission. We'll just look at the mission, the vision, and our values, what makes us do what we do, and how we do the things that we do. Our mission is to support a market-driven communication industry and promote universal service. Most of the talk has been about making sure things are commercial and business-based. So that's part of the things we do in NCC to ensure that our market is business-driven. Our vision is to be a dynamic regulatory environment that ensures universal access to affordable and equitable services and support the nation's economic growth. And our core values are integrity, excellence, professionalism, responsiveness, innovation, and commitment. We've always, because we have to be market-based and ensure sustainability of market, we must communicate with our stakeholders what our plans are. And we have a strategic management plan that is from 2020 to 2024. However, during the citation of the chief executive, his second tenure began in 2021. So he had to communicate that whole strategy management plan through a strategy vision. That's what we have, the 5 focus areas that we are going to drive and fulfill our mandate. Most of the discussion have been around strategic collaborations and partnership. For us in NCC, we look for partnerships. We look for who to collaborate with. That's the only way we can achieve our mandate. So the key things we try to do is, improve quality of service and quality of experience. And for the markets, we promote fair competition, inclusive growth, increased investment economy, which fosters national development. Internally, we must improve our operational efficiency and regulatory excellence. Those is the way the chief executive, Professor Dambata, is communicating the management plan. We've spoken a lot about COVID-19 pandemic. So I now want to bore you in all that. So we just focus on the fight against the sector. However, the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic created a greater focus on delivering social services, protecting livelihood, and supporting the healthcare workers. And this has drawn attention to the importance of ICT in achieving greater success in each of these focus areas. When we look at social services, in Nigeria, we all know about the conditional cash transfer that the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs has been doing. It's only possible because we have ICT penetration in those rural areas. Mobile money is still something that the industry is still trying to agree with CBN. Also, on protecting livelihood, these days, it's easy for people to work from home and also online learning. But for most pharmacists, when we talk about education of drugs, when people go to send a simple SMS and confirm that the drug they are buying is original one, trying to help in managing fake drugs. And also for supporting social workers, the application that have been developed to help share information. What I'm gathering here is that those applications are probably not being used enough, as people are still in silos and not sharing information as much as necessary. In contact tracing, there are also applications that can manage that. In fact, Elizabeth University, working with NCC, developed something, a booth, I'll discuss it further down the slide, that does, as part of the COVID protocol, to measure people and then be able to track them wherever they are. So, the role of ICT and other critical infrastructure. I'll just limit it to explaining that ICT is regarded as the infrastructure of infrastructures. How do we get about it? We all know about Industry 1.0, Industry 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and then people are now talking about Industry 5.0. Why are we discussing 5.0 as early as now, when we are still not fully understood and utilize the components of Industry 4.0? It's basically because during COVID, the disruption in supply chain has made it imperative for now people to become put back at the center. As the industry is green, most of the time we are taking people out of production, but now there's need now to include human beings and make them at the center of production and ensure inclusivity. Where all these changes? Industry 1.0 had mechanization. Industry 2.0 was about manufacturing, mass assembly line. Industry 3.0, we saw computers. And in this industry Industry 4.0, we see Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cyber physical systems. They all developed because of interconnectedness of individual systems, networks, and social structures by information networks managed by the ICT. And these have dramatically changed the operations of almost all the sectors, including health. As part of understanding the importance of ICT as infrastructure of infrastructures, what federal government has done is to launch the National Broadband Plan 2020 to 2025. And why is broadband essentially important for us? We see that a 10 percentage point increase in fixed broadband penetration will increase GDP growth by 1.21 in developed economies and 1.38 in developing economies. If we look at, in most of our economies, developing economies, we all move into mobile. I don't know who still has a fixed line anywhere. Most people now have mobile lines. So people are now talking about mobile broadband penetration. And we see that a 10 percentage point increase in mobile broadband penetration will yield even a greater increase in GDP of 1.5. And there are several aggregations, and these are across the world, not just the ITU, International Telecommunication Union, has done a report to measure this. So for us in Nigeria, the federal government is driving broadband penetration to ensure that every community there is an access for people to collaborate. The importance of ICT is that it enables people not only to have access, but to collaborate. It was important when Professor M was somebody that he has not seen for a long while, but just to see now, just imagine what that collaboration can do. Most people are limiting the amount of travel they do because you can do a video call and you see whoever you want to see and get a feel. It's also possible in telemedicine to use video. So the broadband mechanism, the broadband plan includes mechanism for ensuring that unserved areas across the country are provided with broadband access over the 5-year period of the plan. For us in Nigeria, every country, I like what Adia was saying, domestication. In telecoms, you don't just say, ITU will set a standard, but you need to set for you, what will it be? So in Nigeria, what we are expecting to call broadband is a minimum of 10 Mbps in rural areas and 25 Mbps in urban areas in Nigeria at affordable price. We've done the calculation to save us affordability and quality by 2025. There are initiatives to ensure that we achieve this national broadband plan, and we've listed some of the initiatives. NICOMSAT is a government agency. We are going to leverage on the infrastructure to reach the unserved area. One of the challenges of having broadband is what we call right of way, trying to dig up roads and the charges that you pay to state government is very simple, but other charges that unknown people will come and seize you. So we've gotten the Governors Forum to agree a price of 145 naira per meter. That's what you pay governments, and then you can dig and cover back. Then we do base station acquisition, work with state to implement a one-stop shop, ensure use it or lose it for our spectrum. Spectrum has scarce resources. When people pay, we've just published the 5G spectrum auction plan. When people buy the spectrum, if they don't use it for production, Nigeria is losing because it's a national resource. So we are coming up with a plan. If you have a spectrum, if you don't use it after when you lose it, you can't keep holding that, paid for it. That's one of the things we are doing. The other one is incentivizing low-cost smartphone device and promote local assembly stroke manufacturing of telecommunication network and end device components. We are saying that people should pay 390 per 1 GB of data. This is about 2% of median income or 1% of the minimum wage. That's to ensure that it's affordable to everybody. It's important to build in affordability. If there's no affordability from a business case, investors will not be able to grow their business because nobody is using it. Further discussing, the federal government has launched the National Digital Economic Policy and Strategy to ensure that Nigeria operates. In looking at what might be a diagnostic study of Nigeria to see what will be the impact if we are able to implement a digital economy. And they try to see that there will be inclusive growth, it will reduce poverty, create jobs, and improve efficiency. These are things that are generally noted because most people have improved their businesses. Even during the COVID, a lot of people were able to maintain their business either working from home or being able to make deliveries using ICT. Online payment is easier now for people to pay from their phone. It saves time and reduces. When you pay, and if you go with an ATM to a shop to pay, there's no how the people can cheat both the owner, because most of that's the challenge of SME. You open a shop, you put people there, they sell and they don't report. If we have online payment systems with a simple point of sale terminal in the shop, that payments go straight to the account of the owner, it's also protected. So those are all the things that digital economy can do. People are looking at smart energy, looking at smart agriculture. The NCC is working with, I think it's Gombe State University or ATB, on trying to develop drones for agriculture, because those are part of things we do. As our collaborations, we work with tertiary institutions to support them in research for the industry. E-commerce is there. What we are trying to build now is to build digital skills. One of the things that not allow Nigeria to fully take advantage of the digital economy is the skill sets that are available, and then create people to be digital entrepreneurs. Basically, those are the things that digital economy will do for us. What we'll try to show in this slide is that it affects all other critical sectors. If you talk about smart energy, digital health, transport. When the train station from Abuja to Kano became a major transport route, it was difficult to get tickets. But we noticed that they now implemented a web-based portal where people can buy tickets, improving their processes. Any industry you can think of, if they adopt ICT, is able to impact them. So whether during pandemic, it's possible for people to still do some level of production. Assuring health access and socio-economic development post-COVID-19. Like I said, the index is what we are using to migrate to a digital economy, a digital-based economy, and it has 8 pillars. We develop the regulations, then improve digital skills and literacy, provide solid infrastructure, which is where the National Broadband Plan falls in. There's service infrastructure, software infrastructure, digital service development and promotion, digital society and emerging technologies. And most of the things I learned today is encouraging indigenous content development and adoption. For us in the ICT sector, it's been built as part of the pillars that the federal government must encourage. In the commission, we are driving that. In fact, most of our collaborations with the academia is to ensure that they develop every research product ends in a prototype. It's not that prototype that we want to commercialize. If we look at the way the global industry has evolved between 1980 and 2000, when the PCs came, The next 2001 to 2007, we saw information age, that's the internet, the World Wide Web, and we saw Google and Amazon coming up. Then the next thing was 2008 to present, we are seeing smartphones and unbundling of communication. We see Apple, WhatsApp, Facebook, and all the talk. And then, well, new developments are coming. I told you we are moving from the fourth industrial revolution to the fifth industrial revolution. We see identity. Online identity is a critical issue to ensure safety and Internet of Things. What has it done? It has done a lot in generating, affecting other services, what we call digitization from web phenomena to whole sector economy. These are goods. Here we have Jumia and all the likes. Here we have Jobberman for those who are looking for where to put their CVs. Like the kind of collaboration we are talking about from you, about where to see people. If you go to Jobberman, you can always see people to collaborate with. NBRC, over on transportation, financial sector, because they're going to change the lot. And then healthcare, education, and every other sector is being COVID-19 protocols. Or in future, who knows, another pandemic that might come up. Nobody thought of COVID by middle of 2019. So digital economy is a way of assuring health access and socio-economic development. Digital economy is an economy that is based on activities that use digital information, technologies, and knowledge as key factors of production to drive innovation, create jobs, create job opportunities, and promote economic growth. So what are the global efforts on the use of ICT to combat the impact of the pandemic? Most of them have been discussed by the University of Uyo presenter. Digital epidemiological surveillance, the use of machine learning for digital surveillance, web-based economic surveillance. We also have rapid case identification, connected diagnostic device, the use of sensors, including wearable for symptom checking, machine learning for medical image analysis, interruption of community transmission, smartphone app, low power Bluetooth technology, contact tracing, mobile phone location data, and mobility pattern analysis. Others include public communication, social media platforms, targeted communication, prioritize information, personalized information, chatbots, online search engine, then clinical care. We have telemedicine and teleconferencing, as well as referral. And lastly, other things that the world we've seen in the world is interaction of community transmission through data sharing and data quality, evaluating interventions through the use of mobile data. Currently, WHO is working with Facebook and Prakele.org to provide WHO's COVID-19 information to the world's most vulnerable people through discover and free basis in mobile-friendly formats. So what is the ASICC doing currently? Because COVID-19 impacts our operators, which in turn limits our ability to contribute to socio-economic development of Nigeria. So it behoves on us to do some programs to ensure that we continue to support businesses and social life, even during pandemics. One of the things we did is the virtual hackathon. I'll get to that in a moment. But we've also fast-tracked the establishment of emergency communication center across the country. And luckily, the National Assembly has approved the use of 112 as a national emergency number. We've also created e-platforms for ourselves so that people don't need to come to offices to be able to get service. but should be able to get service connecting with us online. And also, we have right of passage. We got the federal government to approve telecommunication operators as one of the people that could move around during the pandemic. So the typical thing we did was a virtual hackathon. We needed to show support to the industry, what we are doing to ensure growth of the sector. So we conducted a hackathon, a competition for small businesses and tech hubs to develop products that are targeted for that situation. We just gave them 9 million to do the products that they did. So we have 3 products out of the lot that came. It also shows us that people are becoming aware on the need to create products for this kind of epidemic situations. So we had 3 products. One was called Smart Clinic Suits. It's a mobile app and web-based system for people to be able to reach a hospital. They don't need to travel, but if the solution is in any hospital, they can always utilize it and get doctors, diagnose them and provide treatment. The second one is Class Connect, which is basically an e-learning application to ensure that our children do not miss school. Most people in developing countries have lost a year because WAEC was shifted. NECO was shifted. So they were writing JAM when that pandemic happened. And so a lot of people may miss a year if the university system do not purposely address their situation. But in developed countries, they continued their academic studies because they already have advanced educational tools to support online learning. So one, Class Connect developed one, and the last one, which I said is by Elizabeth University, is automated temperature scanner with contact tracing capability. They just worked on this with the additional funding that we gave them to provide this solution, which could serve any community. What are we going to do next? In line with what we discussed here, we do some projects in some schools and some hospitals. So to start with, to show our commitment, the NCC is going to implement these solutions in some of our projects this year. This was done 2020, they finished, we tested it, the timeline for them to test it has passed. So we're giving a commitment across the beauty of NCC is that we do projects across the country. So each of these products is going to be implemented across the country. So those are the things we are doing to ensure socio-economic development. And that gives them visibility, that gives them a wider market for other people to see what they are doing. What are the other things we've done? We are encouraging MNOs to support the cause. Most of the mobile network operators are also providing support under CSR to ensure that in future pandemics, most people are able to continue their business or social life. We are working with security agencies to protect ICT infrastructure. It's a major challenge for us. They keep destroying the towers or pulling up cables from the ground. So the law has been passed, so it's now for security agents to provide the monitoring. We are working with the ministry to resolve other states, even though the Nigerian Governors Home has agreed on 145 naira per meter, so many states are still not enforcing it. So we are working with the ministry to ensure that we get it resolved, across all the states. One of the things we are interested in as a commission is R&D for development. How do we use research and development innovations to ensure that Nigeria is able to contribute to the pool of knowledge and solutions that are across the world? Those are basically some of the things we are doing to show the role of ICT post-COVID. In conclusion, the World Economic Forum projects that 70% of new value created in the economy over the next decade will be based on digitally enabled platform business models. The World Economic Forum also projects that by 2022, 60% of global GDP will be digitized. But as at 2029, only 45% of people trust the technology. The NDES Pillar 6 software infrastructure is designed to strengthen public confidence in the use of digital technologies and participation in the digital economy. Our strategic vision plan is one of our key things to ensure people understand what we do and know how to plug in and collaborate with us. So it communicates to our stakeholders our roadmap to regulate the telecommunication industry with measurable indicators, addressing both internal and external conditions requisite for achieving our mission, as well as federal government policies such as NDES. It provides mechanisms to be responsive with the changing ICT trends. And lastly, NCC interest is to perform its mandate, especially facilitating the provision of infrastructure to a digital economy in a way that enhances innovative services, life-changing solutions that underpin the health, wealth, and safety of our nation. This is a sure mechanism for assuring health access and socio-economic development post-COVID-19. Not my interest, but Professor Dambatan's interest. The conference aligns with his interest in using ICT to impact other sectors, culminating in his publishing a book, Catalyzing Nigeria's Socio-Economic Transformation through Broadband Infrastructure, which is basically a collection of his speeches and presentations as the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Nigeria Communications Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelechi Nwankwo. Or should I say Professor Kelechi Nwankwo? Because the delivery was smooth. The elocution was fantastic. I thought you probably read English or something, and not telecommunication. So round of applause. You know, until people present themselves, you really cannot imagine what they are up to. I didn't know that I didn't not know that much until I listened to you. And so let me ask people who want to be millionaire. What is MBPS? If you know, raise your hand because he said so. I just want to be sure that you listen. What is MBPS?
Megabytes per second.
Well, that's right. That's because you are standing by. The question is for the scientists who are participating here. And then, what are MNOS? Well, he mentioned them. I said you were just want to say that you will be mobile network, and the last one, what are CROS? Or what is CROS, I should say? I suppose that means corporate social CSR, right? Yeah, just to be sure that we listen while the lectures were on. All right, thank you so much once again. Questions, comments? Questions, comments? We want to show that we listen. Sometimes when questions are not asked or comments are not made, you imagine that maybe the delivery was superb, excellent, and so all aspects covered, and so no business, no need to ask questions. And the contrary side of it is the flip side of the coin, maybe that you just didn't understand anything. So you rather keep quiet so that you don't expose your ignorance. All right, well, I listened to you. Maybe I should start. And maybe after this comment, some other persons will be in talk to have question. Okay. And I envisage the situation right? You know, for the, and Professor Gamaliel, for the ancient, not the modern, right? Who would have imagined that the way technology is now, some 20 years back, when GSM came, and by the way, some persons will be here who do not know what GSM stands for, right? And people say that was general street madness. You remember?
Yeah.
You can not 9 knots. My container, Una, it don't arrive. It don't arrive. A Papa War. You know that kind of thing. But it takes something taken for granted now. And then we moved into a phase, right? We could now, if you had your phone had a camera then, oh, it was something else. Now these things are taken for granted. We are here, somebody in an underground train in Australia, thinking of the distance, for the most part of the earth, can see us live as we are here now. So things are changing. So I imagine there comes a time that Ray has a disease and it goes under a particular light, right? The disease is picked, not only picked, sent to the data mining facility, all right, it's captured there. And not only is it captured there, I'm told that Dr. XYZ is only 3 minutes away, and the address specified. And the doctor is notified that this man is coming to see you, and all of that, the same way we operate with you by now. It's possible, isn't it?
Yes.
So things that can, unimaginable things with technology. Now my question. It seems to me, and I should be pardoned, Director, please pardon me, I'm in government, I'm of government, but not in government. I'm a lecturer in university, so I'm of government, but not in government. But please pardon me. It seems to me that we're always very, what I refer to as ad hocist tendencies, the way we do things, not protected, not looking into the future. Some of the things that we are laboring, trying to do now in no time, they will be overtaken by events. They would have been seen to have wasted money. I'll give you an example. Go to some of these cities, you see governors, they want to show that they are doing something, right? They making roads, make roads, no drainages, right? Even when there are no drainages, that same city has no public water supply. So if a governor decides maybe some 10 years, 12 years from now, that is going to, make public water supply, a project for that city, what happens? All the roads that have been made, what will happen to them? We'll begin to pull them all out again, and then we waste money. That's what I refer to as ad hocist tendency. My question is this: as you spoke, it struck me that Australia, they are not thinking of transmitting electricity. I don't know how many other US that transmitting electricity without carrying, taking cables from one generation site to the other. You can transmit electricity the same way telephone mass, they put mass somewhere. So, and then the thing is now reticulated, distributed around the city. You are telling me 145 naira per meter, and you say some states are even having to be covered. This is what Australia is doing. In another 5-10 years, when this Australian model would have become, then we still would have, Nigeria will be thinking of how to catch up with that. Then all the wires cables would have laid on the road. By the way, as you are laying these cables, I'm sure roads are going to be destroyed. Potholes and all of these things will come up again. You see, I'm saying that we should once begin to think, in a broad perspective, all right? And therein lies your own department, research and development. What are we doing as a nation? What are we doing? We seem to just be ectoparasites, waiting for the newest thing that comes for us to grab. You understand? And I think we pride ourselves. I bought the newest brand of car. We like to show off, right? We would rather import the car rather than patronize, saying, By the way, I was in UK and my professor, saw my host, saw my shoe and, really, where did you get this from? I said, it looks so fine. And so, wanted me to tell him that it was one street and it's okay, Hall Street was another way. I said, well, I brought it from Nigeria. From Nigeria? He was shocked. I should have added that this Jew is maybe that bad. Nigeria. So we must begin, just like we said when I just delivered, we must begin to take our own thing seriously. If we do not, no. You know, we are not independent, truly speaking. We can be independent by way of having our flag, sovereignty, have our army and all that, but the true sense of the word, we are not independent. That's by way of comment. We want to react to this, and I suppose that while I spoke, some persons may have overcome their inertia to now ask questions. Aja, number one.
Very much. Thanks for the opportunity. I want to commend the presenter representing the NCC. You know, I look critically at NCC as the main regulatory body, okay, especially for these service providers. You know, we have all these service MTN, but we know we have challenges with these service providers, and we don't really see the role that NCC is playing, especially consumers or customers, in terms of, at times, messages that you are not needed is sent to you, and at times they take some money out of it. You understand? Even when you write and tell them you are not interested, they will still send those messages. And even the rate of cybercrime is increasing daily. Either scamming, people going to, even all our platforms are not safe. For some platform, and is it too much for NCC as a regulatory body to do all these things? And in most cases, when you go to some innocent communities, you see they put all these masks. What are the health implications for businesses? In this masks, you see that these communities cannot say anything. You just take them for granted, or you just call them and give the community leaders some money. These are things, but we must look at the effect on our people, the health implications. Is that what is done in other places? These are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, the presenter from NCC. My observation or just comment is to ask on the telemedicine aspect you spoke about. How will the take-up and the utilization of the telemedicine serve in this universal health coverage that we are trying to achieve? Because we know its usefulness. What is NCC doing to make it very available, and the framework used in solving our healthcare needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. All right.
Thank you for your comments. Maybe I didn't make myself clear on the issue about research you spoke. What I said, we are collaborating with universities to do research. And that's because we believe so much in Nigerian tertiary institutions. This year, we have set out just about little over 100 million to award grants to universities. If you check out our website, you see the list of universities that are currently doing one research or the other. So it's not as if we are not waiting. Part of the reason, since Professor Dan Bata came as both a technocrat and academician, he believed in the fusion between both groups. And so he's putting so much energy and resources into the R&D department to ensure that we achieve something. Our own is, when we do research, we do focus more on business research. How much should you pay what is the cost of service? How much is it costing operators to provide service? But we don't think, okay, there are researchers in the university who are just increasing knowledge. What do we do to ensure that they bring it for the industry to benefit? And that's why we put a caveat. Any research you are collaborating with us, you must produce a prototype so that the industry can use it. Don't tell us this thing can be done like this. Produce it. Let us see. So we are not waiting. There are a lot of research going on about different ways to transmit. That's how Industry 4.0 is moving to 5.0. It's people who are doing research that are growing it. And for us, knowledge is global, but adaptation and adoption is what is local. How do you use that knowledge to improve your own environment and be able to compete globally? That's what I just said about consumer issues. We get this over and over again. Let me start with the issue about masks. We've made several publications about it. We've done our research. We've published it. As of today, globally and in Nigeria, there are no health challenges. If you remember when we started talking about 5G, during the pandemic, people started several conspiracy theories around 5G. There's 5G that is causing the pandemic. There are a lot of conspiracy theories around. But we commissioned a study. This is by A.B. Uzaria. What's his name? Professor Abdul Salam is working on it. On even the 5G, what are the impacts? Let me not bore you on all the things that they're doing. But as of today, we've done research locally and internationally. When people complain, it's okay, let's get one university, come and collaborate with us, do this research, and let's see what is happening. That's on the masks. On messaging, I think it was in 2019, we come up with a campaign, Consumer is King. And we brought out a code, 2442. It was a very big campaign. Throughout that year, there were adverts. We even got Nollywood people to get involved. And we paid for the commercial, 2442. If you text 2442 to your network operator, it gives you the option to stop receiving all unsolicited texts. There are several things. If you want only sports text, you press. I remember there's sport, there's business, there's weather, there is health. Those kind of numbers, those are the only tests you want. So we've done that for people to now use. During that year, a lot of people used it. I don't know about those who are, if people are still using it. But it's still there, 2442. If you test it, you can try it now. Put 2442 to your network operator. You get a response. Cybercrime. Cybercrime, there are several things on cybercrime. People will always try to. The same way people are serious about their safety offline, they should also be serious about their safety online. Somebody tried to defraud my mom, and I told her when they ask you, and these things, if you notice, they do it on Friday evening. It's always, yes, if you just check. We've seen the trend and we try to tell people, no bank will call you Friday 4:30. No bank will call you. So once you know, you try to avoid it. But the truth is they prime on people and also have at times insider knowledge. That's how they know you are. They call the digits. So your ATM card is this. Or they might have taken a picture somewhere. So it's for what we've done is to continue to preach to people to know their tricks and avoid those pitfalls. But for us as a commission, we are focusing on child online protection, which is more critical for us. So we've done a lot of studies. Children are digital natives. Any child gets online becomes at home. An adult will take a whole week trying to understand what to do. But a child will get in and then it's easily at home. So we've been promoting the child online protection to ensure that children are safe online against cyber stalking, cyber bullying, and even for people to defraud them and lure them for different kinds of illicit behavior. We're also doing that. The federal government has passed the Cybercrime Act. So with the cyber security, NSA, NCC, police, everybody is doing what they can to ensure people are well educated. In cybercrime, it is more about education. If you know what their ways and how best to protect yourself, it's easier for you to be protected. If they tell you, WhatsApp came up with the two-phase authentication. As simple as that, just do a two-phase authentication for them to say, when people are checking, they go to another of your platform, maybe your email or phone, send you a text, confirm, are you the one doing this? And that is what can protect all of us. Thank you very much. I think, okay, telemedicine. Telemedicine, what are we doing about it? Is to ensure that it's part of the national broadband plan to ensure that every tertiary institutions have access to broadband so that they can do what they want to do. That's basically what the commission is doing. Like I told you, we do those interventions in tertiary hospitals to give them broadband access. It's now left for the practitioners there to be able to do it. University of Abuja, I know that Universal Service Provision, we did a project there for them to use. The challenges are the people willing to use it. So as a regulatory agency, we do this intervention to show what we call to prove that it's feasible. We give you the access, tell your people these are the things that are possible, but are they willing to do it? And we've collaborated, there's a Nigerian Telemedicine Society, one Dr. Jide. When I was in USPF, I was working with him to get people to understand it, support their programs, and make sure people understand it's possible. It's for us to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you speak, just let me see or has, let me put in the particular form, has NCC done anything to help dispel the misinformation, disinformation about COVID and all of that? You know, something striking, and maybe I'm making a mistake. We have visible way, have you been, all right, in dispelling the misinformation, disinformation regarding COVID, vaccine, and so on and so forth. I think that's something. Pardon me if I didn't get it from your presentation. You know, gray hair is coming. Actually, thank you.
What we did was during the COVID-19 that people were saying is caused by masks. So we did a lot of campaign during that period. And even as we just published the information memorandum on our website, we're also telling people that these are the benefits and that this issue about health challenges is not there. Like I also said, we worked with Professor Abdul Salam in ABU Zaria to do a local test in country to show people that we've done this, don't believe our word, go and talk to Professor Abdul Salam of ABU Zaria and then ask him if it's true or not. So we communicate on it and we do local research.
Sorry, I think you need to do more.
Exactly. I was
one person. That's how the work is comparison. You have money, so you should spend more to the universities. I think these are opportunities.
That's why we put.
Tell us now, how many universities are you willing to take here for such studies? They are all here, some of them. So you need to do more.
Sorry.
No, let me just answer here.
Sorry, before you answer, you answer. Let me have an intervention. You are not under the spot.
No,
you are not under the spot, so you do not need to say exactly how many institutions.
It's online. We are transparent.
Don't say you are transparent because most of you are not transparent. So that's not what
it's not me now.
And you are the entity within now. So the point I want to make really, because if you know what we went through to get these stakeholders to come, we don't want anybody to be on the spot. We don't at all, because until you organize this type of thing, you will not know what it means to get people to come. So nobody is on that spot. The only objective of this meeting. We don't have two objectives. We meet something that we did not do well. Is there something we should have done better? Now we don't know whether we are in the middle or in the upper quadrant, but wherever we are, what should we be doing now? Since we were out on our ways because of our own mental laziness and acceptance of modern, what I call the 21st century slavery, what shall we do in the future? Will now have this problem. That's the objective. So please, there's no time to dwell on all those other things. And for this conference, those things are Monday. We can organize other meetings to discuss your achievements, because those are achievements and failures and plans. That's different. But for the purpose of you leaving all that you should be doing this afternoon for this meeting, this is what we want to benefit from it. So there's no being on the spot, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. What we are doing, I said it, we just finished the evaluation of this year's research grant. Every year, we award grants to tertiary institutions. That is what, from my department, I'm assuring you, we do that every. This year, we have over 100 million to award as grants to researchers. They've already submitted their proposals, and because we want to be fair, we then evaluate it. We bring university people to come and see them, evaluate. We bring industry people, we bring NOTAB, a pity the DG wasn't here. Every year we call them, come and see, evaluate the application, to tell us the ones that are fit to receive grants. That's the way we've been going over the years. So when this issue came up, we did a test. That's why I said Elizabeth University built that, and we gave them a grant. That's why I said in public service, you don't just appoint people. You put out an RFP and let people send their submissions. When they send, then you evaluate and then you award grants. And these are grants that go straight to the university. We don't give individuals. You are a university lecturer, you submit your bid, we'll award it to the university, they will not disburse to you. You say you meet a milestone, we pay the university gives you. So that we build collaboration. I'll just share an experience. We are doing something with Federal University of Technology there. The electrical engineers were working on battery, wanted to produce battery from local source. They got to a point, they couldn't, until they had to go and get people from chemical engineering. If we are giving it to one person, he will not do by design. But because we want knowledge to be shared, even within the university, they need to collaborate. And that's what we keep preaching. And that's one reason why we don't give it to the university lecturer that sent the proposal. We pay it to the school. Thank you.
Again, befitting applause for. No, I said it at the outset that there's no way Professor Dambata would have sent a Lilliputian. Must be somebody who is thoroughly knowledgeable, and indeed you have proven that you are knowledgeable in these matters. But I just, by way of closing, I think that, rumor in Nigeria, my mind was on something like, okay, NCC could have had a way, maybe advocacy, or if you like, I don't want to say making compelling, if not impelling, for those telecommunication operators. Let them dish out correct information. Just the same way if you picked your phone, if you made a call, I think it's still happening. You make a call, they say to you, you've not registered with that kind of thing to tell you COVID-19 is real, something. That was the kind of thing, because yes, based on what Professor Martin has said, what could we have done better? That kind of thing, that's what was on my mind, not necessarily questioning whether you are sufficiently dishing out money for research or not. I hope it's understood better now. All right, thank you very much. Professor Janta, right? I was going to plead with him to bear with us. He's going to talk to us in two topics, but people have had their abstracts out here since the beginning of this conference, and it's only fair for us. In fact, that's the hallmark of scientific interaction. It's only fair for us to go join them and okay. Thank you very much. Like I said, abstracts are the hallmarks of scientific conferences. And so those who have prepared abstracts, so you stand by your abstract, we will go around, you ventilate your abstract to us, and then we'll question the science, we'll question the science. That's what it is all about. And then we all will be improved. The person asking question does not necessarily know better than you who did the research, but ours is to philosophize. Could they have been better if you looked at it this way, and so on and so forth? So it's a two-way thing. Iron sharpening iron, you're better off, and the person is also interacting with you. Better, you can also exchange, feel free to exchange phone numbers, or you know the possibility of collaboration, right? I can do this in the University of Benin. Now I see that you have the wherewithal for this aspect of it, right? But while we put on this our scientific caps, let's not lose sight of one thing that has been said. Sometimes, we said it sometimes too scientific. We want to isolate a molecule, right? What the molecule have you done? Let's do structure activity relationship. Let's look at the lead optimization. All of those things are too wrenchy. Sometimes you put everything together in the whole, in the form in which it is used naturally, you probably get wonders. Yes. And you find that the adverse effects are attenuated rather than have a pure molecule that you now have exaggerated adverse effects. Let's keep this in mind. Let's look at the science rather than say, well, why did you not? I'm an editor of a journal, so why did you not? You see, reviewers they should have extracted the active molecule. Why did you not do HPS, CNMR? Why did you stop here? All of that, where they can talking that we should Nigerianize our concept. That's what we're talking about. So if I want to do 30 minutes for the abstract, 30 minutes for the abstract, after which we will go where Prof to make some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for the I told you, those of you who were around yesterday, I told you if you meet today, you are on your own. You have not even seen Ray talk yet. He can be, there's when you fire, there's an eco-friendly method of converting material into its submicron form, just using thermal nature. And you just subject it to like 1000 degrees centigrade, and you get something that was maybe like 500 milligram, and it becomes 7 nanometer in size, and then the property changes completely, and it begins to do wonders. You're wondering if it's the same material. So Ray actually can become a pico material just in twinkle of seconds when he begins to talk science. And then sometimes you wonder
how you to put in a professional, a pharmacist to be called. Is it a pharmacist that is talking, or is it a pharmacologist? We talking about toxicology, he gets crazy, which is what we should be. I tell people that if you are not just Africa, the one that categorized if you so if you want to do the research they are doing, then you are a failure. First of all, for even saying that's what you want to do, you will need to reason properly at my frequency to be able to understand what I'm saying. Because for the past 24, 26 months, some things have been going on in mass by American scientists and then we are yet to go to Babalada. We want to do those who are doing mass. New York. You read it about yourself and your own environment. That's what you should bring. That's what when I was talking about an America in China, I said it on the first day. You will still lying on the bed. In fact, not just that video, but which you cannot explain. And people who were ready for organization in the US working on this.
It's a global asset. You cannot just manufacture it and keep it to your country. And this is what has led to distribution of vaccines. And I understand this point. People will feel because it's free and people are giving. Why government is pushing for people to accept it? It's just like the head of the household. Go to your neighbor. I have a challenge in my house. Please, we need food. And they give you food. And you know I'm going to give you report about that food. If you bring the food and they don't eat, what will you report? Because the government thinks if we don't utilize it, next time what will we say? Like HIV is free. Why is it free? Because the same people countries pay for it. Tuberculosis is free. Why? The same countries testing and everything for tuberculosis, for example, is free. Why? It's not free. Of course, I don't free much anywhere. Somebody is paying. The same people that are paying for the vaccine. So, I think that's what I'm saying. I think we should do the social clinical trial. Now, you see, the issue of attenuation, attenuation has been a drug that is used for quite some time. There is a standard of clinical trial. Before you say this can treat this, you need to follow that protocol. And those studies that were done do not follow the protocol. Everybody believes what? Attenuation should follow the protocol. Why? Because it is a drug that has been in use. So you don't bother about the 1 and 2. That's not so. So what? I think these are just the issues. Again, there is a difference between scientific evidence or scientific significance and clinical significance. We are studying and there will be support, of course, with the clinical significance. 80% discharge. Now, more than 80% are discharged, let me even tell you. Because what is the mortality rate? Less than 3%. So we are not saying it's a disease that 80% of everybody that catches the disease or contact will die. And that is why it is stated beforehand that the mortality is 3%. Even though people like me is more than that, so we are not surprising that about 80% might be spent. Content agreement. Well, I know you're taking some medication. For example, you're taking paracetamol for anti-malaria. But I mean, we don't sign anything. These things are already there in those books for you to read. And there is no sign. And the information about side effects of the vaccine are clear everywhere. The information are there. But as I said earlier, people don't go there. People only prefer the other information. When you say the volume brought tonight, the country is too small. Again, of course, from my explanation, you understand why it's too small. The country that gave us do not have enough. They are giving us out of comradeship that we are all global citizens. We should not carry everything. That's why they are giving us. So we should thank them that they are giving us rather than say it's too small. Because we didn't have after the time they were giving. Now, Dr. Ogageli talked about controversial origin. I think I have said this. There are so many diseases that we don't know the origin. So many. Most of these hemorrhagic fevers that come from animals, we don't know the origin. We are not sure, it's just speculation. But that does not mean we won't identify the challenges we can get from these diseases or the how they produce to us and prevent them. So, it's not that it is important to understand the origin. The understanding, the knowledge is to help us in the future. It's not that it will affect, for example, the importance or the virulence of the disease. Now, the big one is many healthcare workers that have refused to take the vaccine and they are informing others to take the vaccine. Now, this is something that makes sense because we're talking about conspiracy theories. Because I believe, if for example, they are distributing money and someone refuses to collect the money, very few people, if any, will refuse to go and collect the money because another person has refused to go and collect the money. They will take independent position. And I think we should take independent position on this. Why? Because health is even more important than money. Now, she said the vaccine is too early to be manufactured. Again, I think we explained that. We talked about the phases, mRNA, and then the process of if locally manufactured. This is a big challenge, and I will leave that to the organizers. Thank you so much.
This is indeed the professor of public health, so he's giving the what is it? So, for the agenda, if I tell you this issue of conspiracy theory is one of the most distressing. You know why it's distressing to me? Distressing to me as a researcher, distressing to me as a pharmacist, distressing to me as a pharmacologist or ecologist, distressing to me as somebody thoroughly knowledgeable about biochemistry and processes of drug development. You know, within the period, I wrote so many articles. Maybe you remember that one? That one was so everywhere. So from Canada, all the places people were forwarding, they went viral. And yeah, because it had to do with debunking these conspiracy theories. I don't know what question you are asking. Okay, maybe later on I'll get your number. Myself and Professor Uzochukwu and Dr. Obide. Myself and Professor Uzochukwu, right? We had had that, how did we term it, 12 questions about COVID-19 and the vaccines. Right? Then we tried to answer all of this. At the end of the day, I said it's distressing. You know what? Madam hit the nail on the head. When you find colleagues of yours discouraging people, you can now see why those who choose not to take the vaccine can be excused. You cannot claim to be more a professor than the other professor who is telling people not to take it. I mean, you become one. I think I'm forgetting biochemistry or what. You don't understand what mRNA is. They say the thing will change the genome of the individual. Right? And then you see some persons speaking from America. By the way, let's keep something in mind. When you hear doctor this now, that doctor becomes so generic. Right? Medicalists, they are doctors. In fact, the other day, some persons were arguing that pharmacists were now calling themselves Dr. this. I said, what of medicalists that are calling themselves? What have you said about them? Because they are the weapon of their warfare. It's not coming. I just want to put the out there. Here is people are out there, they say, Dr. This you see them on different media. Or trying to say, who spoke, who wrote? Dr. This, doctor of what? Doctor of what? So easy now to put our friend, they say doctor this, doctor that. So everybody can become an authority. And we find the opinion, as he has said, the opinion of these two authorities seem to be much more muscular than the real ones. And that's the problem. You know, nothing has divided, aside from the 2015 election. I don't think anything has divided us more in recent times than this COVID-19 issue. I'm telling you, because you see husband and wife sharply divided on this. You see colleagues, pharmacists, doctors sharply divided on this.
I remember the board of UPTH, and the last board meeting, the CMD was, making effort to explain why the level of acceptance of the vaccine among staff of UPTH was so small. This is a tertiary hospital. Is it that we're not, the truth of the matter is, like Dr. Obi here, some person just say, look, we're not taking. And you need to wonder, and mind you, madam, your performance is not so. The one who graduated that was inducted only last week is a pharmacist. So somebody comes around and says, my son who read pharmacy has said to me that. And when I look back, I find that the son is talking about the son whose biochemistry we permitted. We keep talking. Advocacy, we keep talking. But let's keep something in mind. I think that we keep working on this. After I said this, there is nothing new about this. It was Jenna. I introduced the first vaccine. We said it. Not to the Jenna's problem was not because of the spiritualist and all of that within in his days. Medical doctor, he was a medical doctor. And Jenna had his name removed from the medical register on account of that first vaccine, the very first vaccine. And so he had to be a cobbler, a shoemaker to survive. It was years after West that the world saw the beauty of his innovation, discovery, that he started celebrating Jenna. The polio vaccine, which now, who were the FBI initiative, the whole of Northwest, and the father has made me to know virtually all the villages in Arewa, going, begging people. You'll be amazed on a Juma service, a professor of medicine will come and tell the congregation that don't take that vaccine, that the vaccine will make, that polio vaccine, will make the children sterile, so that the population of Southern Nigeria will be more. See, this same vaccine is what they are taking in the South. He said, no, the one they took in the South is different from the one that they are taking in the North. So, what do? With the vaccinators, we're unknown to some of us because we don't speak outside. They go take the houses, but later on we discovered they were pouring the vaccine. So you have the impression that all the kids in the house had not been vaccinated. So you meet the kid and say, you know that in the house, are you taking the vaccine? This working, you tell me, yes, I'll take it. Nothing. You bank the news and all of that. So hesitancy has always been there, and it will always be there. And that's why which time Reverend Father of yesterday was available here to look at some of these things. One other thing, the major drivers are religion. And that's what it seems to me we have missed out. Religion is number one. See, I don't know why. Whatever exudes from the mouth of the man of God, not usually woman of God, man of God, whatever exudes from the mouth of that person is swallowed whole, blind, and sinker. People are more inclined to believe that, oh no, if you know what religion does, can separate you from your husband, can put your daughter against you, can put your son against you. Religion, that pastor has said so, or imam has said so, and maybe more of pastors, because those ones seem to be in plurality and they are as many as you possibly can imagine. That's where we are with this conspiracy theory. See, I thought that man of God, I don't want to mention any name, she would just find the Bible and talk, you understand? What is your business in connecting 5G? When did you become the radiation physicist? I don't understand, connecting 5G with polio. Amazing. Those kind of things, even to tell you that they don't give up. These people who are anti-vaxxers, that we call it for them, like they don't give up. Every adverse effect is a reason they come online. Social media, telling that some persons, oh, somebody just died and you have said it. Okay, Japan. There is no drug in the world that gives 100% efficacy at normal dose. Even for anesthetic agents, there are some that you have to increase the dose. There's a dose that's common that will put everybody to, most people to sleep. But for some persons, you may have to increase it a little for them to go. There are some persons who will not respond to certain drugs. For them to respond to what will kill them. It's all the same way that HIV is 4% of human beings. And we never come down with AIDS. People if the HIV is in them. You know why? Because genetically, they are still before cells. We modified not to recognize that fact. So they will never come down with AIDS, but they can spread it, they can spread the infection. The same thing, we are not able to clearly explain why some persons will respond very well, some will not respond at all. So it's possible that in spite of the beauty of the, I get the best of the unified one that gives 95%, why it's not 100? How do you know the person that will belong to the 5%? 5% no responder. So you best do for yourself. And assume that you belong to the 95% that will be covered. If you are not, if you are by some chance you are in the 5% that's not covered, then you know you have done your own bit. All right? And then medical scientists, clinicians will say, well, this may just be one of those very few persons not covered. And for which this drug is not effective. Are you following? That's the way to go. And I hope that what we have all said here, we improve, for those persons who all along have never wanted to live, you will not begin to think again. All right? We cannot be forced to keep that in mind. I think that we've done brilliantly. I didn't know why. The explanation he gave so simplified. I doubt whether I would have done anything like that. But information is in the public space. The question is, as he has said, what are you choosing to take? Many of us, because we want to maintain our hard line, right? We keep looking for the one that will support something. That's the one that is the one that says take and give you the explanation, that will not be of interest to you. The one that says don't take and all of that. Anytime you show something, you say see now see. The one that shows a magnetic spoon and all of that, you will forward it to somebody else. So why don't you take this vaccine? Our Romeo and Juliet part 2 can continue over here. So why you want to give you some theories, all kinds of things and so on and so forth. See, in fact, I became so pained. I think I put it in the pharmacy platform to tell you how it will be now translated into this. I said, look, it will be incongruous. That's not in agreement with my training that a vaccine has come, and I will say I will not take it. When nobody knew about the virus and people were dying and all of that, what was the prayer point in most churches? Lord God Almighty, show us the way. Give knowledge to our scientists so that they discover the drug, a solution. Now the solution has come. You say you are telling God, why are you making it so fast? You know, the thing is because they are lecturers, they will talk. You know, I think this happens when you come at this demo and say you take it's not as if people are saying that it's the same thing that is spoken.
You don't think that Professor William of the Chamber's position is better than we don't have to focus on it, but if we say now, it has its consequences. They will enjoy their own consequences. They will enjoy their own consequences. It is possible. The consequence is that they will live long. Your own consequences are die early. Consequences of the decision. How many children does IDB have? The president of our country. Thank you, God bless you. You remember the one that brought the thing that nobody should have on our country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How many children does the printing have? God bless you. You know, all people. They need more children. Enjoyment. To the world. This thing is affecting them. So they want you to take out the way that your problem is behind you. The reason why this is the teaching you want. See the thing already there. But you know what it was. Usually, I should do that I spent 6 months on attachment with 7 people. Dr. Prasad is the production manager. They spent their budget for this vaccine was $890 million. Spend that money to kill you. Nobody, you are not worth that money. They spend it to come and kill you. They don't need to spend money to kill you. The clothes you are wearing. Look at the trousers you are wearing. Look at the shoe on your leg. None of it was made here. You use your money, you will buy it. Thank you, let me stop. Yes, the good thing about this letter is that they dramatize it. Yes, having the thing of the great matter. Also, sometimes here I break that. Like I told you, I see, time is of the essence, right? You can make up for gas. You know, it's it will be rewarding for all of us. Was cases of clinical trials, right? And then the question is, within this period of COVID, why haven't we been able to right? Like the environment
And there are peculiarities. And our own kind of necessary by the one that will use for professional medicine. So please, within short time, speak to us on 2025. When you try it, when you try to requires one of the basic with processing on the possible one. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's listen once again to this So, I'm presenting this on behalf of Professor Elias. And based on the questions that they asked, I'm not sure that's how you plan. I think you plan just on just and with this audience, I think basically the things to talk about is in the trajectory challenge going forward. I mean, that's the major thing. That's my assumption. I hope. So, like the representative of the Dr. Dambasta said, anywhere I said I, not I, Mr. Mujanga, but it's very together. Okay, so this is the outline. We look at the relevance, strength, trajectory, and so I'm happy with the choice of Professor Elias for this talk. Because Professor Elias is the chair of the National Testing Center. All clinical trials that are done, in addition to the fact that they need to be registered, also meet the ethics approval from the NHS. Now, starting from Jesus, Africa has very few clinical trials. Why this is bad for innovation? Of course, if we know clinical trials is the gold standard for research when you find it. The fewer you do, it also means what? The fewer you can discover anything, the fewer you can develop. This is just background briefly about when it started 2009, number of cases that are happening in Africa and Europe. So why is this important? I think the importance of the figure is given about Africa. We have significant number of cases. And these cases, there is difference in the presentation and even significantly in the mortality. There was a lot of clinical trials to understand what is happening, but unfortunately we are not doing it. Still on background, we have a population of 1.2. 1.2 out of about 7 billion, that is about a quarter of the world population. And of course, some of us have very high rates of comorbidities, you know? So even though our rates of COVID-19 may not be high, but we have very high prevalence of comorbidity. And that should be another reason for us to be worried. So to extrapolate contextual, now thinking of the relevance is that if we do clinical trials, it will help us to do what? Contextualize the findings to relevant population. Because we are not there. And what is happening is different. And more trials are needed in Africa. With the limited number of vaccine doses reaching Africa, there is a pressing need for combinatory treatment and about 90% of mild moderate cases are affordable. So why are we having only mild cases? We don't have the answer. We don't know. There are a lot of studies, but they're not taking it further to know well. Discovering a treatment for patients with mild moderate is therefore a research priority at elsewhere. We need urgently to identify affordable and easy to administer treatments that can prevent the evolution to a severe form of disease. Now, in as much as we don't pray for COVID-19 to remain with us or to worsen or to return, it makes sense that we should be prepared for it. And that's the point is making. Now, the ethical trial in Africa's largest, okay, this is one of the clinical trials that are done in Africa, COVID-19 treatment trial. And now giving an information about the study, is testing the efficiency of potential new treatment combining the antiparasitic metazole that needs corticosteroid cyclisolide for mild moderate COVID-19. The study took place in Burkina Faso, a group of countries with about 3,000 patients, huge for clinical trials. So, with our rich health system, Africa is looking for how we can treat people quickly and really prevent transmission and reduce hospitalization. Now, there were predictions, and we are happy the predictions didn't come to pass. Because of God, it's just God that decides. Because if 1/10 of the predictions occurred, it would be so catastrophic for Africa. For this reason, that our health system is so weak. I don't need to emphasize the fact that our health system is weak. We all know it, and we know that we have so limited capacity. Now, what is the trend for clinical trials? Disproportionate few clinical trials are taken. Disproportionate based on the need. We have high need for clinical trials, but we're doing very few. Other countries where they've done significantly more, they are the ones that are still doing more than us. Our limited colonial attitudes in the global north is keeping research activities. And again, if you look at it, they have to make a system that is a way that is capable. And we are huge disadvantage because we don't have the reporting, we don't have the ability for the you understand that we will because professors can speak grant money and listen to us. And they know. So you see, we are so disadvantaged. And the fact that we are doing still means what? And we are not getting huge expert in clinical trials. Because if you are not doing it, what we use is to find those that we use. So you can still critical. One program of you have information concerning the problem. You don't have to not having central America, which is coming to and other stations. Now, let's look at African register. The African capital register. As of 8th October, they start with the keyword COVID, users 66 registered. And of course, I understand why they use COVID, because even the way people write COVID-19, it's different. So if you use something else, you can exclude some, okay? 36, that is more than 50%. COVID-19 trials were on 16 were not pharmaceutical intervention. Only 12 were vaccine related. So, what is that taking us? The trajectory is what? We've seen the statistics. What we have described, if we have not taken deliberate effort, the number of people even got further. We are saying 3.2%, but that's not enough. Looking forward, if we don't take deliberate effort, and as I mentioned deliberate effort, you know what comes to my mind? The presentation by the man, where he said what? That the government needs to take what? Deliberate effort or intervention to revive the economy. So we are seeing another point. Why are we likely to have less worsening economic conditions? In those days, lecturers can spare some few naira to fund some research, but believe me, it's no longer the case. Hardly will any lecturer be able to do, in fact, even descriptive studies, except if it has become necessary because the person needs it for promotion. Only challenge is, of course, brain drain. Brain drain. In fact, the level of brain drain going on now, well, I don't know whether if there is data to compare with 1984, but believe you me, it's huge. And do you know what people are leaving this country to go and do? I know PhD doctors that are leaving the country to work. They leave this country to work in another country. Because they are better off. Because how much is the salary of a professor? If you take code 1, sorry, 10, that is the highest. Code 1, 10 is about 430 or so. So, I mean, I said it somewhere, and people say it's not. And somebody had this, and he told me, I forwarded my justification. So that is it. So is it also the 400,000 that you expect one to do it? Okay, let's begin at 2 years. One to do research. Which kind of research will 400,000? Which kind of research? To sit down and count people and we also have the history. They have the unstable democracy. So Africa. What are the factors for COVID-19 drug clinical trial? I believe this has, I missed the earlier presentation, but I believe this was at the first. There is currently little data to understand Africa's role involving the COVID-19. However, full research Because you can't do much. In the teaching hospital, we wanted to look at few things. Just look at the titer, the antibody titer. When we saw the budget, everybody dropped it because where will you get that kind of fund? You know, heavy reliance on traditional medicine without clinical trial by some government. Now he's talking about Africa, and we know what happened in Africa. And even Nigeria ordered. That was true. And it was on TV that it was ordered and given to national schools. The rest is not history. We also have challenges with study initiation, study implementation, and cultural issues. Now, the regulation system not so much, well, they contribute to, actually. They contribute significantly. Now, let me also, because I'm mentioning the other areas, so I know what is going to, let me also say. Iliasu is the shaman of the so some people will say everybody, okay? I want to assume that the director is not there. Okay? There is no urgent line for that office. There is nothing, there is just nothing. If Iliasu wants to come, no, the other people don't know. If Iliasu wants to come, sometimes you look for opportunities for other things to come and just use it. That is not how to run research. I mean, it's just, and let me also add another one. As the chairman of the health ethics committee in my hospital, of course, we renew our registration every 2 years. I hope Professor Kenneth's friend is here. Even if you say it, I will deny it. 500,000 to invite 3 resource persons to come to Abuja and train 21 of us. And I was told to go to money. Because of course that was the time the repression doctor was trying, hospital was not making money. So 500,000 was too much to train 21 people. So you see, let me just go. Our challenges cannot see. Lack of organized research ethics committees across the country. Again, that is the issue. Because even we, as we are sitting down, as the chair of ethics, research ethics in the hospital, yes, the amount of ethics said they gave us on computers, they started to install some facilities for electronic medical records. But it's now, there is no internet access. And I don't receive couple for data. So if there are proposals, and I need to download them, I will download them with my data. If I want the work to do, I have to download. In fact, some members will say they don't want e-copy, they want hard copy. So I have to go and use code inside my office and download and send. So, I mean, so the issues. Africa has never been a technical center anyway. But the issue is, do we want to remain like this or we want to make progress? While under certain conditions, low and middle income countries could be qualified as a basis for research on human subjects due to lack of stringent policies in comparison to the high income counterparts. It appears, under pandemic conditions, the risk of violating clinical trials rules to accelerate vaccine and drug development could be high, especially in countries with weak clinical trial guidelines and policy. Of course, if you are using funds from US, for example, you're lost. Actually, there are certain significant loss of the US that will apply to any funds that is used to do clinical trials. Unlike previous pandemics, Africa not the epicenter. This will deter pharmaceutical companies from sponsoring trials in some lower and middle income countries, including. So what do we do? This one is almost to he said African-driven approach to building Africa's clinical trial capacity. That's what is the approach. Not only so we generally speaking, research is not given a priority in that. Research is not seen as an input for development. In fact, those that will sponsor research see research as distraction. And if we continue, it should make sense. When they use the United States and other developed countries, organizations, to invest into research, do we think they are proved out when they invest into research? No. Because research, information is power. They come to do this research here, and you see them do power. They control everything. If you solve 20% of research globally, what does that mean? That gives you power over research. Which kind of research will be done with your money? What is your money? And you have access to all the data, and you control the world. In using the data of African possibilities and in as much as we say we need to improve capacity, there is capacity to do a lot of things. It's just that for some reasons people are not recognized for that. We also need to improve regulatory infrastructure and enforcement of the continent and optimizing patient and clinical engagement strategy. That's another important one. Another example is NHS approves clinical trials, but they don't have budget like. So how do they go oversight? That's just the implication. Is that not so? No, because if there's no budget line, who does it? Nobody. So just all your so just the surveillance of ethics committee agenda and of training through the auspices of the African Union and the World Health Organization. Yes, I think one thing Africa needs to do beyond this, Africa needs to come together. We have a lot in common. Because we are one. And if China is 1.4 billion, India is 1.3 billion. Why can't Africa 1.2 billion? If the political leaders are interested in power and controlling this, we can let them keep that, but we can come together for research, come together for development. I mean, we need to find ways of doing it, and I think that is what Professor is calling here. A Pan-African continental surveillance of ethics. We need to come together. Oh, we are talking on it. I remember some years back, all emissions, 9 lectures about setting research agenda for the country. But nothing came out of it. If something came out of it, but it's not there as output. Because the idea is we should be able to say, what is our research priority? We should be able to say, these are our priorities. And because these are our priorities, we are going to fund them. And even if we can't fund them, we identify our priorities. There should be people from even beyond the shore of this country that will be willing to fund them. If they know they are our priorities. But we don't even know, we don't even know what is our priority. I mean, at the national level, if you can't sit down and say, this is our research priority. So that's what people should do. As for national level, we don't have. So people at individual level decide what. Sometimes at organizational level decide what to do. Which, we should not take us part. Medical leadership in Africa should take ownership of their medical ethics agenda to facilitate ethical clinical trial participation. But the main challenge of this is what? The fact that they do not have resources. They can't take that. Now, and our committee that students also all these related courses, they have to start paying. And everybody in the committee was against, but I still my ground, I think they have to pay. Even if it's 200 naira, let them know that. I mean, the idea of these three things is also affecting us. It's affecting us. We should not let it affect the people coming behind us. Now, as I speak, they pay all nursing students pay 500, medical students pay 1,000. And they are happy to pay. Why? Because we started, the supervisors have become sensitized, and they insist on ethical clearance or approval before they approve their research. And some of the supervisors are like, this thing is nice, so at least, because you can obviously see the work transform. You know, so in as much as we can do it, but until we have, you know, a phone where all of us sit down together, we will be able to do it. Of course, I'm aware that there is a biological society, but I need to perform in issues. And Professor Wade from Lagos, I think these are the people that know that. So, I the other ophthalmologist in Glory, and these are from performance, or something. So, we need to start there, and we hope that from there, if we want to become organized as a country, we should be able to move to one of the course, improving to research quality. Improve research quality. There was a call in the university for research, and then, yes, and then when I asked how much is the money, I will not even say it. Because you say University of America has come again. Yeah, because it's laughable. In fact, I felt I didn't apply. Because I felt it's just a waste of energy and time. But I think what the college is doing, which is good for research, is he has introduced students to research. So students are correct, many them and they write. And he has also introduced, so many small things that is good for research. These committees have agreed to combine their associations to the greater class with people. Don't use as just on voluntary cooperation between these. Yes, of course, if all of us come together, it's very easy to achieve. But once everybody is on the team, of course, each country is solely responsible. The agreement was reached during a virtual meeting convened by the legal representatives under the platform African Vaccine Regulatory Forum. Thank you so much. This is the presentation by Professor Elias, which I believe will be able to connect to this. Thank you. A round of applause once again. Thank you. Sometimes familiarity is talking about friends. There's a jogging gap between the position and my own. Please forgive me. I do not know what I do sometimes. There are levels. I didn't get levels. I'm not looking with directors. I'll let you know if you can translate them.
So, welcome, DG. We've been entertaining ourselves scientifically, and then skills have been falling off the eyes of And I was just looking at thought. Director, I'm in the essential medicines-based committee, standard treatment guideline committee. One of those things that often, very fighting, frustrating to us in that committee. Sometimes they bring drugs to us to consider for inclusion in the EML and all that. I know there's this joint trial something, that those trials can be done anywhere in Africa, and then you can bring the results to Nigeria and then acceptable. And then we find that most of those trials are done outside Nigeria. So what they bring results to us for consideration to be included in the essential medicine list or standard treatment guideline. We find that the bulk of the trials will be done outside Nigeria, in other African countries. The question is, why do you leave Nigeria, the biggest market, largest market, and that, and you go to other countries to do the trials? And then all these factors that you have when across, these days, enumerated, they all now come to the fore, right? Factors that discourage, trials here in Nigeria. And I hope that with all of this, we'll begin to get our acts right. For how long are we going to remain in the back orders? Don't mind the rest of the world, all those factors are meant to continuously affect so that we are because we are brain lazy and we have fallen into modern-day slavery. We accept those factors. That's right. I said it on entry this morning. When the agreement was that we do not have, we don't have the facilities, we don't have the facilities, we don't have the facilities. That's the question of malaria vaccine. They had took place in 3 to 4 African countries in this year. And I said that if I were, before the report into it, I said if I were in charge of NAFDAC, I will make sure that those single malaria vaccine comes to this country. You know why? If you are smart, you can make your own disadvantage to become disadvantage. We are doing malaria. We don't have the facilities for clinical trial. No problem. When you make it, don't bring it to our country. Most companies, they will rush to come and provide the facilities they will not here for trials. They will make it here, then they will do the trial here. Because even those of us who are in charge of these things, they are also having concurrence. So we are interested in them not doing the trials here. So that Professor Thomas said, when they said that one Nigerian was asking for 10% of some dollars before allowing the trials. Before allowing another thing that is these are emotive issues, right? But it's better that they are emotive that we get, we are able to identify a cause. Okay, we don't have to read for trial, we have a to read. It's shocking to hear that they say we don't have facility for clinical trial. Shocking. By the way, there's something we call macrogenetics. Yes. Whoever gives the impression that the response by somebody in the response of somebody in from macrogenetics, drug, food interaction, and so on and so forth. The food we take care. It's not the food we eat here. It's not necessarily the food we eat in South Africa and the rest of places. So why would you want to report the data and then come assume that they impose it on us? Impose it on ourselves. Well, it's so So these are some of the things that are so painful, and I hope that some of the things we are addressing the community, government should begin to look at it. Yeah, that's right. We look at some of these things and we highlight them. So our government will know. So I was when he didn't, maybe he assumed that everybody knows. Clinical trials, 4 phases. Phase 1, the very first step. That's after the drug would have been tried in animals and all of that. All right. Now, before until 1963 or so, it was okay to do trials essentially in animals. Don't bother so much about humans. And there was a terrible hazard called something terrible, thalidomide, and then children were born with what we refer to as cochlear. No legs, no hands, no limbs, all of that, cochlear. And so, and then in US, it didn't occur in US because they had structures in place. You don't just bring anything in. Yes. But the rest of you, you had women who had children without no procedures have to be put in place. You have to ensure safety. You have to ensure efficacy. Number 2, the one that is of greater importance is the safety. Because more than not, you have other alternatives, alternative therapies. So efficacy is important, but safety is more important. And secondly, there are certain adverse effects that you can never see in humans. I mean, in animals. Let me give you one example. When we want to evaluate for our antiemetic drug, all right? You will not use rats now. You know why? That's don't commit. They don't commit. But you need the canine family, dogs and maybe lions too. Whether this dog can cause nausea and vomiting, and that's number 1 adverse effect, isn't it? If your students don't remember any adverse effect, they remember nausea and vomiting. It's only the drugs that are used to treat nausea and vomiting. All of that. So you look at it. So I cannot say that. Sorry, I have to tell you medical accounts of using this drug. So the point is, a rat is a rat, humans are humans. So we may well say yes. That's why scientists that do not seem to be, they are not mature, they rush to the press. They have discovered a cure for this, a cure for that, cure for that. We can have 1,000 cure, different remedies, but maybe 1 or 2 we never get to the patient. That's the reality. So there is need for clinical trial in phase 1. The first time it is tried in humans. Usually for that phase, healthy human volunteers are used. And the reason why you use healthy human volunteers is because, you see, it's for a drug that you do not know anything about, it's better in a healthy person than somebody who is already sick and all of that. So you use healthy human volunteers, of course, informed consent and all of this have to be done. In phase 2, that's the first time the drug will be used in the target disease. Clinicians will be involved, and then proper diagnosis following established protocols to be sure that what you are doing is this is malaria, not typhoid, because there can be overlap of symptoms between malaria and typhoid. You identify something, and then a lot of patients are involved. How many? Maybe 200 patients at that level. But in phase 3, that's the critical phase. This case, the number of patients should be as large as possible, running into thousands. Many centers will be involved. UBT should be involved. Maiduguri will be involved. As many centers as possible, experts. The other reason is something we call single blind design. But for this third case, critical case, you have to have double blind design. And so to make it stringent. I think the drug is promising and is able to pass through. Then you now get, they apply to NAFDAC for approval, present it to market. And then that marketing, everybody's still watching. Because maybe you use 5,000 in phase 3. But by the time the drug goes into, in 1 week, in 1 month, maybe 100,000 persons would have used the drug. So some adverse effects that were not noticed in 5,000 people, they become glaring. And that's fourth phase, what we call post-marketing surveillance. All right, is a product targeted pharmacovigilance. So if anything is found To be terrible with the drug, we can quickly ask for withdrawal. We withdraw the drug. Those are the clinical traces. Now, when they say to us, we don't have the capacity, just try to tag along with you, since you ridicule their opinion, insulting opinion to say that we don't have the capacity. I just say that we don't, for malaria, for example, that we don't have malariologists in Nigeria. That's what they are saying to us. That we don't have malariologists. How do they mean? Or that we don't have health centers. Or we don't have, that our doctors are not going to be able to diagnose malaria and separate it from typhoid or any other disease. That's what they are saying to us. Nigeria accounts for a quarter of the world burden of malaria. If I'm wrong, correct me. I know what I'm talking about. So that's why he said, okay, how develop this drug, use it for yourself. But you know what? That one I just mark will make it. When they do the drug, because when the drug comes, by the time they come, we'll all be begging the drug has come and all of that. You understand? And our brothers everywhere, one of the things I hold against my constituency pharmacists, thank God the video of us have something in common. You know what? We are too ready to say the new drug has come. We file the papers and all of that. The next is to, market and bring the thing and employ reps and all of that. And then they say you understand? And so there's so many again some of the things about us. Abuses. Doctor, you are here, I'm not intending to offend you. Do you know some of the ethical abuses that go on in terms of trials and so on and so forth? Terrible. But for the few trials that can happen in there, my classmates' wife is a cardiologist. A company gave her 1 million naira, They opened the account and for how they opened the account and took a signature, opened the account and did everything and brought the, what do you call the card now? The ATM card. Say, madam, take. That's for your money. You understand? These are some of the sharp practices that are going on. My wife is a pharmacist. You know what? Companies have been quite struggling to get her to go to Port Harcourt. I'm a lecturer. I'm a professor at the back. Nobody, if I don't have them, you will tell me there's nobody. If parties are not invited into Abuja, I probably will not come to Abuja, but I was here 2 weeks ago. That's the kind of thing. And I said to my wife, this is what people are doing. But we are poor lecturers. These are all abuses of some sort, whether you like it or not. And why I didn't do so, because my wife sits in a position to influence the hospital's decision about which drug, you understand, and all of that. And so you guys in the hospital, if you don't read that rank, you don't read that rank, and then that persuade you here and thank you, bro. So why you put your hands together for my So because the digital, let me wrap up properly. Let's focus. Let me say thank you to everyone of you. Now, if you want to talk with this one, isn't it? And now, because once this man gives you a job, Abuja that need and the profession and everything about it, everybody has admitted to the fact that when man is smooth to no freedom for you. If you don't want to be his enemy, just follow him. But if you ask me, I have thoroughly enjoyed my interaction with every one of you. I told you that I'm very happy that this ball is still here because actually we don't want this cooperation. We did not. We did not want the cooperation. But we have to quickly adjust because we didn't also want to send anyone back. These are yesterday, we overate lunch. Lunch of 100 people, 86 people, already 80 something people get it. And not know what's that the balance of the food we wanted to carry it, and they did not allow me to carry it. Then today we now going the strategy to carry our balances. We did not know that those who ate food here yesterday found other people. There is now serious one. So we think they gave us 3 hours to give them the number of people to provide food for. So we counted people having 11. There was 61. So we told for them that you made 2 for 70 people. That's why we did not get it. That's why my chairman did not get it. Because by the time we now went there, more than 86 people were now around. Next conference, I'll be very well. Let me tell you. What I'm about to say after this conference. No. You want to receive certificate. To qualify to receive a certificate of attendance, you must have participated according to the date that is written on that certificate. You do any other thing outside that. Thank you very much. So, my DJ, you were the one of us. Let me recognize the very senior colleagues Zulua and Ganga. You don't take your engagement for granted. So you recognize what it takes to bring people like you all the way from your system, away from your work for which you probably will be earning thousands of dollars. I had one of my professors at the University of Edinburgh, when we were talking about how to use your intellect to make money. And basically, tobacco was a big issue in the UK there. And he said that, you know, as a professor of epidemiology, we spend 2 hours on Saturday morning writing a letter to a journal, and you get paid £10,000 for that letter. So the number of hours you put away from your education, so much similarly, my board member, my teacher board of macro training editors, other director, director, I was very upset with her attending the person when the vice president was here, because everyone knows that I deliberately took time to mention our supporters on our collaboration, so that it won't be only me telling him in private. I will also be validating in public what I have told him in private, so that I won't be telling him the fakes when I need to hear. So we do thank you for your engagement. My TMC, I can see them here to mention
interest of time, and obviously my own team, particularly for this conference, Professor Edek, all the heads of the committees, and then my own team, Uma, Khalid, and the rest. I really recognize the input and then get us to where we are today. People on the can tell people that in life, you have world-class capacity and we're serious minded. Sometimes I can see the presenters using side eyes to look at me. But with what we've pulled up in the past few days, it is clear to everyone. And I haven't been here in person for the whole time, but believe you me, I have mentored this thing going on. The presentations that the vice chancellors will this, and what from the lesson on next presentations remains the firebrand Chris here on behalf of the Archbishop. I was indeed here in spirit, and so I just wanted to assure you people that your participation this conference, has also contributed to the reason why it is world-class. I'm very talking with my senior lieutenants to see how we can make this an annual fair. So hopefully you will be hearing from us again next year. But the real reason why I have insisted on extending your stay here to just a few minutes is because, just like my chair advisory committee mentioned, we are very ethical people and we believe in transparency. And if you look in your program brochure, there was a topic which the DG nitrate needs to deliver. That topic was approach to national fund mobilization. And I'm aware that all the people indeed came around because they wanted to do, but a lot of them have heard, what the funding was for nitrate when we came into government. And then with what they're seeing in nitrate now and what we're doing in nitrate now, it is clear to them that our funding has improved. So I know that there's some people here specifically who want to go away with some of the secrets of what we've done in nitrate. And I tell everybody who cares to listen that the sky is big enough for everybody. In Igbo we say, there is space for the eagle and the kite. So there's certain things we're doing in terms of funding. The models we're using in nitrate, which is working, and by this time next year, we will be in a position where we will be giving people grants from nitrate. I think it is good for us to share some of these strategies so that other people can also learn. I won't dwell too much on the intimate details, but I'll just give you several subjects. Frequently, people think that because you're a government agency, what you do is you sit and lobby and then expect your capital and your overhead to come. Based on that, you do your work. And I think we have totally different methodologies. So we have about 7 different strategic approaches using them. Okay, and regardless of if 1 or 2 are working, we do not stop engaging in 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. So all 7 of them are going on concurrently and with the highest level of effectiveness. So that we can all be, we're working to the stage where, you know, from our own view, you know, all these things, once they come on stage, there will be no need. It's like an investment portfolio. If your investment in land, you know, is going down, the one in stocks is coming up. If your investment in stocks is going down and the one in land is coming up, the one on IT will be going up. So that's the approach we're using. And in the interest of time, I'll just mention a few of them. So one of them is the obvious one, grants. In grants, we even diversified our grants. There is obviously institutional one to go out to apply for. And then there's the one that our world-class scientists also apply for which we get a small percentage to supporting the world-class. But what we've done also in granting, which is not very common, is that we try to break down doors that were previously closed to the institution. And I'll give you two specific examples. TechFund is one of them. Prior to this time, TechFund didn't used to give people like NIPRI and any sort of grants. About 6 or 7 months after I became active, there's supposed to be 10 of my professors, 2 of them are living now. And we stopped for a meeting with Professor Bogle, and we had a series of meetings in library regarding what kind of strategies to put forward to break down the argument that library should not be getting funding from TechFund because the law doesn't allow it. Then we went there, made my presentation, and you know, against government protocol, which is when the leader of the delegation speaks, others shouldn't speak. I begged Professor Bogle to, you know, step down that protocol and allow each and every one of my professors to make their submission to the protocol. And afterwards, you know, another private meeting with him, he said, you know, indeed, you know, the country will be doing itself with this service if it doesn't engage with people like mine. Cut a long story short, a few weeks later, when we were putting together the big RDSC, 2 people from NIPRI were appointed into that RDSC. Professor Gamania, who is one of them. Upon whose served as the vice chairman of the What that meant is that when the multi-billion-dollar RDSC fund comes in, one is that pharmaceuticals will own a distinct space, because even to get the thematic line for pharmaceuticals was a big fight. Because One Health, which has medicine and everything, wanted pharmaceuticals subsumed into it. So we made a case to say that pharmaceuticals is not just, you know, providing medicine in terms of improving access to healthcare. Pharmaceuticals is also a significant stimulus to socio-economic development. So it straddles a number of things. So you cannot subsume it on that. And our argument was also that. Thankfully, we are strong members of that, and we did a strong input into the final report, which I was privileged to get to present to the entire IGS. And the second thing that has also come out of TechFund is that, contrary to the policy, we went to the board and made a case that people like NIPRI getting funding. And I think we're having a meeting with them tomorrow here. Big announcement to come. One example of non-traditional partners. Second one is banks. We identify banks, financial institutions, and other non-traditional grant providers and he engaged a number of them. I leveraged on some of my personal relationships with African ASICC, African Development and made a strong case that you cannot say you're practicing development financing if you're not looking at the farmer sector, which arguably could be the biggest driver in development, because it's looking both at access to healthcare and is looking at socioeconomic indices such as job creation, capacity building, knowledge transfer, and everything. And we've also, at the initial stages, it was very difficult, very difficult. But we've also made some good progress in that. A lot of these banks have just agreed to give us a good part of $1 million to support our insurance. Some of the, even though granting is seen as the traditional way for us to get funding to these non-traditional approaches and these strategies of not seeing the barriers, regardless of whether there are laws or no laws, and engaging and pushing, frankly, until we break the door down is something I think others can learn from what we're doing. So another of those strategic directions is consultancy. So, and this is, I have to give credit to my predecessors for understanding that an institution like NICRO, giving our world-class certifications, our world-class scientists, our increasing infrastructure in terms of equipment, buildings, animal farms, herbariums, and all that, is something that while we can be using it for research, we can also, give out some of the time and space and resources when we're not using it and using it anymore. And so we have a very strong consultancy department. I think one of the biggest wins we made was in the middle of COVID, when one of the development partners wanted to bring in something. And because we were government and we had there was a lockdown, we were government and we had the COVID passes. The COVID passes, those passes they give people, yeah, we had the COVID passes. So we had access to movement and supply chain functionality that other private labs did not. And I think we were able to get from a good part of 10-20 million from that avenue in terms of giving out our resources and using it, in terms of consultancy for people like you. So that's another area where other organizations may not be paying a lot of focus on, which can be strengthened. And then the other thing is that the budget we cannot neglect the fact that we are in government. And everybody has said what the role of government is. And I agree. So I always tell people that when you talk about politics, I think it was Plato that said it about 4,000 years ago, that when the wise refuse to engage in politics, what they do is that they subject themselves to governance. And so we always complain, politicians, this one, that one. But arguably, the people in this room with PhDs and masters are intellectual. You have if you're talking about learning something and applying something, why can't you be better than the people who are in the political sector, who don't have the kind of expertise that you have? And I think the vice president alluded to it here just a couple of days ago, that we should not get tired, because those ones who don't have competence, they band together and work together. So what we must do is that we must identify people like us who have capacity and make a deliberate, make it a deliberate strategic direction to work together, understand the tricks if there are tricks, and use the tricks to our advantage. You know, and I think this was the approach that we used during COVID. And I think it can be put on record that if you're looking at the health organizations that got funded from the National Assembly during COVID, regardless of the fact that the doctors usually out politic us in the National Assembly, I think this time we out politics them. And it is unlikely that the funding we got during COVID was at least 1.5 to 2 times the funding that medical research got. I mean, it's not a competition, but pharmacy R&D has been neglected for so long, and there have been very few voices to speak out. I remember when I met with the speaker, and many, after making a case, when I started making it, he said, "Oh yes, DT-19, I saw you on China on social and social media conflict." And he said, "We're going to give you social and social." I told him that we don't give respect to that will not go anywhere. You have to give us a few times of now. And then, the other people there were shocked. But it was because of my conviction. And the world is already seeing it based on what we've been doing. I will argue that there's very few organizations who have begun to give the kind of output that we're giving compared to the funds that have gone. And I think that's another area where we all need to better understand how these political management go and how we can keep them and make the best of them. So that's another area where we have a significant amount. And then the last one, in terms of, because I know it's fast, the last one I'm going to talk about is partnerships among government organizations. Everybody here who knows me knows I am a pro-collaboration person. If you go to Ministry of Health, a lot of people don't know I'm a director general because I will find power. I will climb the staircase as many times as is required in order to get what I want. And so I used this approach when I was appointed director general. I started engaging other agencies. I think so far we've done about 75 other agencies. And a lot of my people who I use as a champion, I tell them that we know where we're going, we know what our vision is. And based on that, let us swallow our pride and engage. By the time we begin to deliver, these guys will know that we are action people, and subsequently, our credibility, our value will now start to see. And based on that, we've gotten value. One of our big partners, NCC, gave us infrastructure for our artificial intelligence and machine learning systems. Being valued at close to $1 billion. So this is another non-traditional approach that identify other government stakeholders, tell them what you can do for them, and how it will help them achieve their mandate, and based on that, get the resources that you need to do the job. So that being said, I think NIPRI has fulfilled its promise that the DG is going to speak on the frontline. Or do you want me to continue? So the other thing I just want to mention before I wind up is when Professor Ozolo and the media were speaking earlier, I was taking notes, and my guys don't like it when I tell them that I completely agree with radicals. they seem to forget that I am the radical because I am wearing the jihad. That's why the radicality seems to have reduced. So I'm saying it again now on record that I agree completely with the views that were made previously, I used to be the executive secretary in the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group, and I know for a fact that the people in the Ministry of Health directly, because I have stood up to, ministers and directors, but it was all for national benefit. And in terms of this particular issue about clinical trials, I want to say that while I agree completely that we can use proactive regulatory policy making to keep some of these products which, were not, for which the research was not contextual to us at bay. We should also, at the same time, begin to profile the solution so that we can say, okay, oh yeah, let us do now, where is your own? And, I'm glad to inform the House that myself and my team have begun to talk about setting up the international vaccine R&D capacity building and clinical trials. The component of these issues, as well as the access that nitrates has to the highest levels of government, alongside nitrates giving mandate, can be brought to bear in these discussions. Then finally, I don't think this conference will be complete if we don't speak about some of the successes that we've made, at the Institute in the past few years. I've gotten calls from and that's why I'm congratulating you guys ahead of time for being part of this world-class conference, because I got calls from very senior academics who joined internationally on the platform to say, how have you guys done this? What's the secret? And I promised I was going to just share a few words as regards to why we're able to do what we're doing. So yes, sometimes you see Dr. Adigwe on the television, or you see Professor Emmanuel, or you see Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, or you see Dr. Ejekwe at the Gila. It's not as if we are the only ones doing the work. No. It's because at NICRID, there are two key things that we've taken on board at NICRID, and that's the reason why, if I tell you the number of staff we have in NICRID, you're not believe it. So I will keep that as a secret. But when you have very hardworking, very dedicated, very smart people doing things and doing it in the most effective fashion, what 300 people are doing, you think it's 3,000 people doing it. And I think one of the key things we've done very well is delegation. That's one of the things we've done very, very well. So NICRID, as you're aware, was very key to the fact that pharmacy got into the presidential task force. It was at the risk, of some of our jobs, because we wrote very strong letters. And, frankly, by the time those things came up, the fact that the Director General made the case doesn't necessarily mean that the Director General that will sit there. When it got to nomination, I nominated Professor Tunde, and he discharged the activities. Similar to CBS. A lot of people here don't realize that the HSRDS, and I think they mentioned it. The HSRDS was, NICRID wrote very strong letters and engaged at the background with the governor of Central Bank before that was articulated and put out. But the fact that it was Professor Emmanuel or Professor Emmanuel or the youth that made those interventions does not mean that it has to be them that is said there. We nominated Professor Dr. Builders in that particular. And this is how we have been able to undertake the majority of the tasks that we've done in terms of achieving some of the hallmarks that we've made. And then the other one is sacrifice. Sacrifice. There is no HOD here. I think is Professor Isini around. There is no HOD here. The first, this world-class hand sanitizer that I'm using, which, I always talk about. I don't come to the project without talking about my water. That lady there spent close to 1 million naira from her pocket. I mean, we're still poor. We're no longer as poor as we used to be. But at that time, that was a time in life when you spend money and you may not know whether you will get that money in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. And that's if we get it back. And she called, we discussed it. And I called her and I said, I've just spoken to the Honorable Minister and he wants me to present it in the next 48 hours. Right? And I have already given up some other people my own money to do this. So my own pocket, my own salary is changed. And she said, no, don't worry, I'll sort it out. And if that is indicative of how each and anybody you see here from NIPRI, particularly my TFC members, can my TFC members stand up? Can my TFC members stand up? So there is no month. There is no month that these people do not continue. You can sit down. There is no month that they do not continue to take their hands in their pockets and their salaries spend on behalf of mankind. And a lot of times sacrifice is common with scientists. It is, but sacrifice is not common with public servants. So when you have a scientist, except the public servant in the department. So when you see scientists who are working in a public institute, who are delivering, they call me, I say, go on, I don't care how you're doing it, just get it done. And they know that's my language. And I try as much as possible to make sure they get reimbursed. And I think if I'm owing is maybe 1 or 2 people, and I promise I'll pay before the year rolls out. But it is noteworthy. It is noteworthy because we're in a generation now that people want instant gratification. And frankly, if you cannot work, you either end up in prison or you will not reach the level that your capacity should get you to. So sacrifice. There is no, as I'm speaking with you, the official vehicle that I'm using is the same one that was used by my predecessor, Professor Damano. There is no meeting that I go to. No, there is no meeting that I go to which my fellow DG don't yap me. And it's not as if since I came to my place, we haven't attracted money to buy a new Jeep. But by the time my team and I look at 30 million naira, 30 million naira can give us 3 potential world-class products. That 30 million naira, does it make more sense putting it into R&D or buying a new Jeep for the community? Same thing with, there are world-class professors on my team, and I've gone to other agencies where even directors and professors have aides following them, carrying their bags. That does not happen in my field. If I have, my aides have PhDs, and their time is better valued sitting in the office, generating research for me, rather than carrying my bag for my suit around. Talk less of my directors. And so these are the type of sacrifices that goes on in the background, which people don't see. People come and see the NAFDAC listed products. People see the vice president coming for an event, and they think these things just sit down and these things happen. No, it's because of several values that we have in Nigeria, of which I've decided to share with you today. That's dedication and dedication. And I think going forward, if I'm going to, if there is anyone who wants a fuller version of either the funding or the leadership skills lecture, I will have to charge them. So what I have done is I have given you teaser. So that if you want more information, pay for the consultant. But jokes apart, I want to thank my team. I've never gone for any conference where on the last day at 6 p.m. I still have a full hall. And I think it's important.
So since people decided to class extempore without being told, there's no need to tell them to class again. That we are academics and we don't intend, even if there is people to class for it, so just know that this is happening with them. It's genuine because if they did not class, they won't do anything. And they can't remove anybody from it. So, Professor Omarubi, are you ready? Tell the man to come and close when we want to go. So please, you will see in the program of defense that we propose to the award for best posters. Remember that because of the congested nature of our program yesterday, we could not do a poster viewing. And they're supposed to be full 2 days poster viewing because the posters are divided into 1 to 3 15, and then something like that. So we only do one that has interaction with the authors of the abstract. Because of that, we are not going to announce the winners now. There's going to be review again of your work. Having seen you here, and we now have your abstract, our external reviewers. Each abstract is going to 3 professors. They will assess. We'll give them a template for scoring. They'll score and send us the score. On the basis of that, we will give an award to best abstract. We will send you the results. We'll send you a letter of the award. We'll ask you to come over for presentation. Maybe it might be lucky that the vice president that will speak again. So those are things that we are planning to do. Let me also give you links, even though if you didn't tell me to say this, you say I should not say that, I will say it. You will not feel it. There are things that if you are lucky to be one of those winners, you should be planning to spend some time in the very good R&D laboratory to do some studies that you will never forget in your life. We are planning that we will do. So, we will also encourage you, if you have presented an abstract, you want to write it as a full manuscript concept. As a full manuscript concept to us and see what will happen. You just the type of the journal. So aside that, we will only give out a certificate. Where is Professor Eganem? So we will only give her a certificate now, and once we receive the certificate, then we'll be ready to go. While we are preparing for that, where's our photographer? Okay, come. So the final session, and our chairman and the presenter will be DG and the director from the solar energy model and the board member. So please come up for short. Professor Janda, Dr. Zola, our director, and our director. Thank you very much. I want to thank you. Yes, I want to thank everyone who really did this evening. Can we clap for ourselves? My special thanks goes to the participants that came, after submitting abstracts, the review process, and actually made out time to come from outside Abuja, within Abuja environment. Some even had to attend internationally, especially our special guest speaker, Professor Fortuna. I want to thank you for making out time for this international conference, the very first of its kind. So I also want to thank the speakers, other speakers, who came and spoke on various thematic areas to actually open our eyes to how we can move forward in solving this pandemic and also proper solution for future pandemic. So this is one conference that is geared towards finding a solution that is actually futuristic. So you should be proud that you were part of this conference. I also want to thank our special guest of honor that honored us, the Vice President himself, who opened this conference. The other special guest of honor, I don't want to mention it now because it's closing. So I want to thank you all. I want to thank the DG for actually convening this conference, international conference, and seeing it through, actually devoting huge resources to make sure that the conference held. For the record, no participants paid for the conference. It was a free conference. All the I want to thank the chairman of section. This is case off now. I'm jumping from one to other so that we can go. Actually, I want to thank the chairman of sections from Professor Ozoloa to other professors, Donafa, Professor Janda was supposed to chair a session, but became a bit late, so but he presented 2 papers. I also want to thank particularly our chief scientist who created time to come for the conference. I'm talking about Professor Oyewole Tomori. He stayed for the entire 3 days. He actually came on the Sunday and left today.
So a lot of more to do. We appreciate you for finding out time in case it's watching online. We appreciate you for finding out time to grace this occasion. I've been told that this conference will be sustained annually. DG has assured us that it will be sustained annually, and I think we should try for that. Conference like this that is geared towards finding solutions to our common problem, health, pharmaceuticals, and socio-economic problems. I think it's a laudable activity for us to continue with. So finally, I want to thank those president who want to find out time to capture what went on during the conference. I reported that I think since the beginning of the conference, we've had news reports on a daily basis concerning this conference. So we try to use that with words and in conclusion, I want to thank the LOC and all the LOC members thank you for recognition. If you were part of the LOC, whether at the sub-committee level, can we waive? I want to thank you all for all you've done. The reward is not just in heaven. We also get some reward here. Thank you very much. This conference held for 3 days, and we expected that participants should come in and register for 3 days. So those that are getting their certificates today are those that have shown that they registered for those 3 days. Now, if you have complaints, if you were actually here for those 3 days and you didn't register, you have to confidence in log outside, go and register your complaint, and we look into it and get back to you after evaluation. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone for coming, and we will see you next year. I wish you a great journey. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so let's have the factual. Let's go like that. Are we ready to go like that? Charles, are you ready for us? You know, usually there's a group of people that make things happen. Nobody sees them. In this era, they are the ICC. It is those ICC people. If your kids, if the team is very fine, there will be no problem. But once they see 2 seconds, problem. Everybody, wow, I think it will be now. Everything is sweet and smooth. No, yes, sir. Well done. Well done. I love you. I told you, right? Yes, sir. So say clearly, let them know. I said it, and it was, I think it's the first time I ever said it. And I mean it. You know, even though people think I say it a lot, I say it only when I only need to, because I can also tell I hate you if I think I'm good. So let's stand up for national anthem. prayer, seven times out of the one to go. Oh God of creation, you to develop a love and honesty to grow, and live it just and true. Where love behind our king, to heal the nation, where peace is love is great and living. Bye.
All members of LOC, can you move forward, please? All the LOC members. Yes. All the LOC members, some committee members.
I leave you now. I'll get across it. All right, thank you.
LOC members. Yes. LOC members, please line up here. Members of LOC, please. Let's do this.
Yeah, are you not in the institute? Yes. Just come to the DG office now whenever. Okay, 002. 002 6371 306. Charles.
Yeah, I know this.
You can